online meeting format, but for the record, I want to recognize that this teleconference is pursuant to the Governor's Executive Order N2920 and the 12th supplement to the Mayoral Proclamation declaring the emergency dated February 25th, 2020. And before we proceed further, because this is a new format for us to conduct the public's business, I want to ask Commission staff member Jared Flores, who's going to be acting as our moderator, to explain some of the procedures for today's remote meeting. Jared, if you could please describe to the public how they might best participate along with the Commission.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The minutes of this meeting will reflect that due to COVID-19 health emergency and to protect Commission members, city employees, and the public, the meeting rooms of City Hall are closed. However, Commission members and staff will be participating in today's meeting remotely. This precaution is taken pursuant to the various local, state, and federal orders, declarations, and directives. Commission members will attend the meeting through video conference and participate in the meeting to the same extent as if they were physically present. Please note that viewing of speakers today's Commission meeting may vary depending on the method used to connect to this remote meeting. Viewers watching via SF.gov TV will see only the speaker on their screens, while those viewing in WebEx will see images of each commissioner and other individuals participating in today's meeting. Public comment will be available on each item on this agenda. Both Channel 26 and sfgovtv.org are streaming the dial-in number for public comment across the screen. Each member of the public will be allowed 3 minutes to speak. Comments or opportunities to speak during public comment period are available via phone call by calling 1-408-418-9388. Again, that phone number is 1-408-418-9388. The access code for this meeting is 146-935-0205. Again, the access code for this meeting is 146-935-0205, followed by the pound sign, and then press pound again to join as an attendee. You will hear a beep when you are connected to the meeting. You will be automatically muted and in listening mode only. When your item of interest comes up, dial *3 to raise your hand to be added to the public comment line. You will then hear you have raised your hand to ask a question. Please wait until the host calls upon you. The line will be silent as you wait your turn to speak. To ensure that you are in a quiet location, before you speak, mute the sound of any equipment around you, including television, radio, or computer. It is especially important that you mute your computer if you're watching via the web link to prevent feedback and echo when you speak. When the system message says your line has been unmuted, this is your turn to speak. You will hear staff say, "Welcome caller." You're encouraged to state your name clearly. As soon as you begin speaking, you'll have 3 minutes to provide your public comment, 6 minutes if you are online with an interpreter. You will hear a bell go off when you have 30 seconds remaining. If you change your mind and wish to withdraw yourself from public comment line, press *3 again. You will hear the system say you have lowered your hand. Once your 3 minutes have expired, staff will thank you and mute you. You will hear your line has been muted. Attendees who wish to speak during other public comment periods may stay on the line and listen for the next public comment opportunity and should raise their hand to enter public comment line by pressing *3 when their next item of interest comes up. Public comment may also be submitted in writing and will be shared with the Commission after this meeting has concluded and will be included as part of the official meeting file. Written comments should be sent to ethics.commission sfgov.org. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, moderator. And just on that last point, any written comments that we would encourage the public to submit when they receive the agenda in advance of the meeting will be made available to the commissioners prior to the meeting. The point he was making is that if a subject comes up that you want to submit additional written comments on during the course of the meeting, that information will also be provided to all the commissioners. And with that, I have my trusty little U.S. Supreme Court souvenir gavel, and I'm going to call the meeting to order. And now, moderator, if you would please proceed with item 1, the commission roll call.
Commissioners, please unmute your microphones so that you can verbally state your presence at today's meeting after your name is called. Chair Ambrose.
Present.
Commissioner Bush.
Present.
Commissioner Chu.
Present.
Vice Chair Lee.
Present.
Commissioner Smith.
Present.
Madam Chair, with all 5 members present and accounted for, you have a quorum.
Thank you very much, moderator, and thank you to all the commissioners for your efforts in making these teleconference meetings possible. I know we've been working in absence of commission meetings, or I should say the staff has been working in absence of commission meetings for these past few months due to the COVID-19 emergency. And I want to make sure that the public knows that we have continued the commission's business in the absence of the public meetings. And we also want to express to the public that we appreciate your patience as both we and you adapt to the new protocols and technology. I want to invite suggestions from the commissioners and from the public. We are going to apparently be in this mode for some long while, and obviously we will learn from the process, and any suggestions that you have to improve communication or participation, we'd like to hear them. So you can email me or the executive director and let us know how we might better engage during this crisis. Even though the commission hasn't met, the ethics staff has been very, very hard at work, not only on commission business, but some folks may know that as a public employee, everyone is required to serve as a disaster service worker if called upon during an emergency. And I think the executive director will speak more to that. But in fact, at different points in time, some 20 to 25% of the Ethics Commission staff have been called to the Emergency Operations Center to serve in a whole variety of capacities that I'm sure they and we never anticipated. And so I really want to start this meeting in honor of all their service, because it has been a very trying time, and I'm very proud of the work that they've been able to do. I also want to acknowledge there have been a couple of changes at the commission since you last saw us in February. First of all, Dana Chu had turned the chair over to me in March, and this is my first appearance now, so I haven't had a chance to thank her for her service. I came on to the commission just after she had taken on the responsibility of chair, and from my viewpoint, it was a very substantive, productive time on the part of the commission. There was the anti-corruption and accountability ordinance that fortunately, from my perspective, had made its way through the commission and the board prior to my arrival. But then, of course, there was the implementation and regulations for that important piece of legislation. And then follow on to that, there was a major review and update of the public finance campaign program and the implementing regulations associated with that. We've also had, of course, the ballot measure that the people of San Francisco adopted, Prop F, adding to the Good Government Code, and the implementation of those regulations and some further issues concerning that. And then, of course, Commissioner Tu, we really do appreciate your efforts to improve the effectiveness of the enforcement program and try and work through a backlog that had been accumulating for many years before this new organization has come together at the Ethics Commission. So we appreciate that, and I will look to you for guidance and help as we go forward. This is still a lot of important work to do, but I appreciate everything that the Commission has accomplished to date. I also want to recognize Commissioner Lateef Gray, who was with us for all too short a period of time, but he had to resign in February because he can't wear two hats with the City and County of San Francisco. He was appointed by the new San Francisco District Attorney to serve as the new managing attorney in charge of the District Attorney's Independent Investigations Bureau, a really important policy initiative on part of the District Attorney. And I'm hoping that given his relationship with the Ethics Commission, that will strengthen the relationship between the District Attorney and the Ethics Commission as we move forward on various enforcement matters. So congratulations to Commissioner Gray. And because of Commissioner Gray's departure, I now want to welcome Commissioner Larry Bush to the Ethics Commission. He was recently confirmed by the Board of Supervisors to replace Commissioner Gray as their appointee. And I will add that truly Larry Bush needs no introduction at the Ethics Commission because he is the founder, really, one of the original charter drafters for the creation of the Ethics Commission, dating back to the mid-90s when he was in Mayor Agnost's senior staff. And since that time, he has been a fierce advocate for improving our ethical laws, regulations, and practices. He was the founder of the Friends of Ethics. I think I saw in the notes in 2010. So that's a good decade of effort on the part of Friends of Ethics to improve the situation here. And we're looking forward to having him bring his expertise and his energy to the Commission to address the many challenges that we're all aware of here in San Francisco and in the country at large. So thank you very much, Commissioner Bush, for joining us. We appreciate it and look forward to working with you. With that, I want to get the meeting started. So I'm going to call agenda item 2. Although now I'm looking at this and wondering if, no, okay. So agenda item 2 is public comment on matters appearing or not appearing on the agenda. Members of the public who are already on the line and wish to speak should now dial *3 if you have not already done so to be added to the public comment line. And moderator, can you please proceed with public comment, including the directions for how best for the public to participate?
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Ethics Commission is now receiving comment on agenda item number 2 remotely in this meeting. Each member of the public will have up to 3 minutes to provide public comment. If you wish, if you join the meeting early to listen to the proceedings, now is the time to get into the line to speak. If you have not already done so, please press *3. It is important that you press *3 only once to enter the queue, as pressing it again will move you out of the public comment line and back into listening mode. Once you are in the queue, and are standing by, the system will prompt you when it's your turn to speak. So it's important that you call from a quiet location. Please address your comment to the commission as a whole and not to individual members. Madam Chair, we are checking right now to see if there are callers in the queue. Again, if you have just joined this meeting, we're currently on agenda item number 2, public comment on matters appearing or not appearing on the agenda. You will have 3 minutes to provide your public comment, 6 minutes if you are online with an interpreter. You will hear a bell go off when you have 30 seconds remaining. Madam Chair, I see that we have one caller in line.
Thank you.
Welcome, caller.
Hello.
Hello. Welcome to the Ethics Commission meeting. You have 3 minutes. You may begin.
Thank you. Good morning, commissioners. I just want to give a shout out to the new commissioner, Larry Bush. I've known Larry since 2013 when we served on the civil grand jury together on the ethics committee, which led to my meeting of the new director when I served on the civil grand jury in 2015. Larry has been a good friend to Coalition for San Francisco Neighborhoods throughout the years that I've been associated with it, with him. He's testified before our Government and Elections Committee meeting. We honored him 2 years ago at our annual dinner, and we will be hearing him speak again this month. So Larry, again, congratulations.
Thank you, caller. Next caller. Welcome, caller. Hello, caller. Caller?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear. Welcome to the Ethics Commission meeting regarding agenda item number 2. You have 3 minutes. You may now begin.
Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone. My name is Ali Al-Taha. I am thrilled to see that there has been some movement, at least slightly, in the right direction in San Francisco. But what I do want to bring up to your attention is the following. The issues that we have been facing in the ethical and illegal contracting in the city and county in San Francisco has been going on continuously in the same direction for the last 20 years, as far as I can remember. I am one of the victims of the system. And I can tell you there is no way on this earth that anybody can get a contract fair and square. And if they do, they will go after you for not playing the game. My humble request to you is the following. I don't think any of you underestimate what we're facing right now, but somehow the city or the system or whoever wants to clean up the system really needs to go after the contracts that have been executed. I just discovered a commissioner in the city and county in San Francisco that was the president of the commission of the San Francisco Public Utility Commission, and later on he was a commissioner at the Civil Service Commission, who had a partnership in a development company with one of the primary vendors that work for Harlan Kelly and DPW, and among others, including San Francisco and others. So how come this went undetected for years and years and years and no one ever raised an issue? And why does this vendor continue to get the work and pretty much win on every job that they submit to? There's something wrong here. I'd love to get a feedback from you and find a way how to resolve these issues. And thank you so much for your time and listening.
Thank you, caller. Next caller. Welcome, caller.
Thank you. Good morning, commissioners. It's Mark Solomon calling from the North Mission. Some administrivia. I don't think you can do public comment by WebEx. That should be noted. And Channel 26 is not showing the Ethics Commission, so I'm not sure this meeting is Brown Act Sunshine compliant because you got to have a computer to do it. So you want to look into that. I've done a lot of activism in the city for the past 20 some odd years on a wide range of issues. And I've bumped into it qualitatively, but really hadn't been able to quantify it. But the U.S. Attorney is quantifying the exact nature and texture of corruption in San Francisco through contracting. Problem is that the Board of Supervisors has no idea of what to do because they're hip deep in the corruption. The city attorney's clients engaged in a crime spree, and now the city attorney is investigating their client's crime spree. Is that ethical? I don't think so. There's conflicts rife over there. The controller was supposed to be the responsible adult in the room, but the controller is now investigating wrongdoing that occurred under his watch. How can that be ethical? We need to figure out a way to take this away from the political class and create a structure in the community that investigates in concert with the U.S. Attorney how corruption is wired in San Francisco and devises charter reforms that insulate our government from this ongoing corruption spree through transparency and shared power. We're in the middle of a pandemic, and this government is wholly incapable of delivering basic services to people to make us whole during a crisis. And that's probably because every single goddamn contract goes out to a favored nonprofit to go ahead and do the service provision that our DPH should be doing itself. So we have this privatization regime of public function being outsourced to private nonprofits. And since we're in a pay-to-play environment, that means the nonprofits are in pay-to-play as well. So there are no progressives here. There are no moderates here. There are those who pay to play and get the game, and those from whom the game is kept away, the ball is kept away, and that's the majority of San Franciscans. So the Ethics Commission is one of those who is positioned such that you have some independence that can really go through and do the heavy lift to figure out how we're being corrupted and how to defend against corruption structurally over the long term. Thank you very much, and I'm so glad as a member of Friends of Ethics to see Commissioner Larry Bush in place. Go Larry. Thank you.
Thank you, caller.
Wait a minute, Jared, I just want to check. The caller had said that we are not available to the public on SFGTV. Is there any way to verify that we are in fact live and recording presently?
Yes, we are live and recording on SFGov TV. However, we are actually on channel 78 instead of channel 26. So I just want to show that for the record that that was an error on our part.
Okay, all right, good. I'm glad we clarified that. So, and for those watching on the computer, there are two SFGTV channels that you have to choose from when you go to the live button. So make sure that you check the channel 78, or I think it's called SFGTV2, so that you, I mean, there's not much to look at, just a bunch of commissioners' faces staring from their computers, but still, it's important that you be able to hear and participate through that mode. Thank you. Are there any further callers?
Madam Chair, I see no further callers for this agenda item.
All right, then give them a few seconds, but on the assumption that there are no further, then I'm going to close public comment and call agenda item number 3. So agenda item 3 is the discussion of the executive director's report, an update of the various programmatic and operational highlights of Ethics Commission staff activities since the Commission's previous meeting, including an update by the Office of the Controller on its June 29th, 2020 report on public corruption. And just to be clear, we don't ordinarily take the executive director's report at the beginning of the meeting, but we are going to do that so that she can bring the commission and the public up to date on all the work that commission staff have been doing while we've been in this COVID-19 hiatus. And I also want to point out, we're going to have a presentation from the executive director And then we have the representative from the controller's office to present the material that they have released to the public concerning the public corruption investigations that are ongoing by the FBI and by the city. And we will have commissioner comment and questions after the executive director speaks, and then again after the controller's representative speaks, and then we will open it up to public comment. So I'm hoping that any members of the public, if you have a pen and paper nearby, you can keep tabs on all the things that you want to raise so that you can bring them up when we get to the end of this item 3. Thank you very much. Executive Director Pelham.
Thank you, Chair Ambrose, and good morning, commissioners. It's very good to see you, and we welcome you back to your business, and we welcome the public for joining us as well. This is an opportunity, as you mentioned, Chair, to provide you with a brief about the Commission's activities over the last several months at the top of the agenda. As you know, this is an item that is provided each month to highlight programmatic and operational highlights since the Commission's last meeting. And it is an information item only, so there is no action required on your part. As always, we very much are interested in your feedback and comments and any questions. And so I and of our virtual staff are also available to answer questions that you might have for us. It has, of course, as you mentioned, been since February that our Commission was last able to meet. And in those 5 months, there's been more change than probably any of us could have imagined at the time. I also, on behalf of the staff, want to acknowledge former Commissioner Gray's service. We also wish him well and look forward to seeing him at some point in our paths. And also want to echo Chair Ambrose's welcome to Commissioner Bush. Obviously, Commissioner Bush is not a new face to the issues, but we are really looking forward to working with him in his new capacity as an Ethics Commission member. During the past 5 months since the Commission last had the opportunity to meet, our day-to-day operations have continued to be guided by a focus on advancing the best we can in the circumstances, our core mission, and on the goal of providing excellence in our service to the public. I think those things have been challenged in ways we could not have imagined 5 months ago. It's been a very humbling time to be in public service. I do want to thank everybody across the city on behalf of our department for the work that they are doing on the front lines in support of those in the front lines and being patient and kind and compassionate to everybody who is trying to do that work. There are so many pressing needs that I know everybody is very familiar with, and I just, they have our gratitude, as I know the Commission extends its gratitude as well. I also want to thank those who've been particularly engaged with our office over various filing deadlines for their collaboration and patience as we have shifted our operations into a fully remote work environment. And as Chair Ambrose mentioned, that will be for the foreseeable future. And of course, lastly, but not least, the Commission, for each of you who have continued to be supportive in your encouragement and your responsiveness, that has been essential to us all. And we really thank you for staying with us and moving forward in this new territory. So today, coupled with agenda item 4 on the budget, which we will move to after this item, there are a number of significant developments from the past 5 months to report that have been affecting and shaping how we do our day-to-day business. For just some brief background and context, when I was thinking back on the last 5 or so months, and as a recap for our newest commissioner, there were several things from my February executive director's report that I wanted to just bring back into focus for a few moments. First, we had just welcomed our cohort of San Francisco fellows. You may remember that this is a competitive program that provides recent grads who have a deep interest and commitment to a career in public service to make a contribution to city departments and services, and many of them have stayed in the city throughout after their fellowships to have a career in city service. It has been, I think, widely recognized as a really rich pipeline of diverse and talented candidates for professional positions throughout city government. And we were delighted to have the benefit of fellows this past spring. Unfortunately, we did just learn yesterday from the Department of Human Resources that because of the economic impacts of COVID, the city has suspended the program for the coming year. But still, the city has over 100 fellows that are still with the city, who've remained, continue to serve, and are developing additional strategies for how we move forward in public service. And I just want to take a moment at this meeting. We did not have the chance to introduce them to you at our spring meetings as we had hoped to, but I want to take a moment to acknowledge our San Francisco fellows, Victoria Bryant, David Exum, Mitzi Chavez Gallardo, and Samantha Sam Serafica. Sam and Mitzi, David and Victoria dedicated their Wednesday afternoons to our office through early April on a team project that helped us envision new outreach materials to broaden awareness of the Commission's work. And again, while we were unable to introduce them to you personally, they have continued on in some roles throughout the city this past year. And I want to acknowledge them and the contribution they made to advancing the impact of our work. I think it'll have lasting impact beyond their time with us on those Wednesday afternoons. My February report also just briefly noted that, one of the foundations of the city's ethics programs, financial disclosure of interests by economic interests by city officials, had just reached a milestone before our February meeting. By continuing to prioritize projects that provide the public with disclosed information in the most accessible format possible, we were able to provide the public with a rich history of records of over 600 plus city officials from over a 6-year period, whose records had become fully available on since the city's Data SF portal. What that meant is that the public had new and a comprehensive degree of transparency into searching and viewing across filings, more than 20,000 reported financial interests that had been disclosed electronically, and over 3,600 filings by elected officials, board and commission members, and department heads between 2014 and 2019. We also had just scheduled and were undertaking new in-person, live in the room, ethics information sessions that were established by agreement in last year's contract negotiations between the city and the city's Municipal Executive Association that represents many department leads and managers. In partnership with MEA and the City Attorney's Office, we did sessions on February 20th and again on March 5th to support MEA members by refreshing their awareness of key ethics provisions and highlighting various resources and tools that help them promote compliance with ethics provisions that apply to them. We were gearing up for our annual April 1st filing deadline for these financial disclosure statements from 2019. Those sessions again are designed to help the departmental staff who administer those programs, those filings with their filers, and our work to support electronic filers, again, give them information about how to file, the tools of how to file, and also highlight recent changes to the law and answer questions that they might have about how the laws work in practice. At the time in February, our hiring plan was continuing. We were in the process of gearing up to do interviews for one of the positions on the investigative staff, but we had 4 open positions that were still part of our hiring plan open at that time. And on January 28th, as my report to you last meeting noted, the Board of Supervisors had just adopted a motion to require its Budget and Legislative Analyst Office to conduct a performance audit of the Ethics Commission as a priority in this fiscal year. You know that the audit got underway in early February. The BLA report was designed to be out prior to the time that the Board of Supervisors would have to be turning its regular focus to the development of the FY21 budget hearings. As also reported that month, there had been on January 28th as well, the U.S. Attorney's announcement of public corruption charges against former Director of Public Works, Director Nuru, who had then resigned his position in early February. But that has prompted our department, like many others in the city, to critically assess whether and how any operations or laws within our jurisdiction need to be strengthened to reinforce ethical practices and to help restore the public's trust. So in part, these unfolding events underscored a clear need for the city to invest and continue to invest effectively in resources to support the highest standards of ethics in city government and to be able to equip the public with information to hold us accountable. Our recommendations were part of the FY21 budget that we also submitted on the very day that we last met on February 21st. Today, in many regards, we are seeing a very different world. I think that's a clear understatement, but it's a very different world. We have very different patterns to our daily lives. It's a very different economy. And at the same time, some critical issues of governance remain at the forefront. Following our last meeting, there has been the unprecedented health crisis impacting all levels of government. The February 25th emergency proclamation launched a series of operations in city government to make sure that the city was in a position to be able to respond. We are now delighted to be able to have the technology that the city is offering to enable the commission to begin again to meet and resume its regular meetings through new technology. And we appreciate SF Gov TV and the Department of Technology for really working with us to understand this. And we appreciate the patience of all of us as we work through these kinks. There may be some technical glitches, but we are committed to staying visible and engaging as much as we can through this new platform. Obviously, there have been new, deeply constraining economic impacts that are tightening the resources that are available across city government. There was a new budget proposal that the departments, I'll talk about in just a moment, and in our next item, have had to submit to reflect targeted cuts of 10% in FY21, growing to 15% in the next fiscal year. And how these developments are going to impact and shape our ability to and our capacity to prioritize our programs and our operational needs. That'll be discussed again more under item number 4. But how our programs and services are shaped and delivered have also been impacted by challenges that we are confronting about how are we dealing as government with longstanding structural inequities. And what are we doing to create systematic approaches for meaningful and lasting change in that regard? Systematic change also speaks squarely to some of the other issues related to the health of our governmental institutions. We are accountable to a broad public, and as we all know, there have been a number of developments in the past 6 months that is really calling that into focus and showing that there is still a continuing crisis of concern that we are not being as accountable fully to the public that we should be. Last week, in parallel with the city attorney's separate investigation stemming from alleged wrongdoing from Director Nuru, as Chair Ambrose mentioned, the Controller's Office released its first report of findings and recommendations on policies and processes that they've identified to prevent fraud, and violations of local law. And we're very happy that Mark De La Rosa from the City Controller's Office will be with us shortly to provide an overview of those findings. Again, for information, there is no action required, but we want to make sure that the Commission is apprised of these developments. And we really appreciate the Controller's Office being here today. So against this backdrop, the written monthly report that I provided to you was quite lengthy, and I don't want to reread everything there. I wanted to provide a context for you about the kinds of operational challenges that the department had and surmounted, I think. So I want to just highlight a few of the things as sort of key markers along the journey that we've had over these past series of months. And then I'll be welcome any questions or comments that you might have for me. As I mentioned, in February, the mayor on February 25th issued a declaration of a local emergency, and that was shortly after concurred by the Board of Supervisors, which initiated citywide priority emergency planning. That also prompted our office to engage in an emergency operation planning. We started looking at the emergency operations communications, started monitoring what was going on and what we foresaw ahead as a city. And our office developed an on-site coverage plan should we have an impact on our ability to have full staff in the office going forward. By March 3rd, our engagement compliance policy technology staff had worked together to identify and develop a temporary electronic submission process for certain forms that are routinely used, particularly in a campaign year, that are not yet in digital format, so that we could allow continuity of processing those filings should on-site processing not be possible. On March 6th, the health officer for the city and county declared a public health emergency. Groups meetings in the city started being restricted by further health officer orders over the next week or so. By March 11th, large group events of 1,000 were prohibited by public health order to slow the spread of COVID-19 in the community. And on March 11th, we received our first request to fulfill a disaster service worker assignment. We then canceled as developments continued to emerge our planned filing officer sessions to help people understand and be equipped to file their annual disclosure statements. By Friday, March 13th, the health officer issued a revised public health order that prohibited non-essential events of 100 or more. And the city, anticipating the great need it had ahead financially, the mayor and city administrator announced the creation of a Give to SF fund, allowing the city to accept monetary contributions to spend on city efforts related to the COVID-19 response. On Monday, March 16th, when we were in the office preparing for our planned March 20th commission meeting, the shelter-in-place order, the first shelter-in-place order was issued, effective the next day at midnight. We then initiated our emergency staff planning. We announced the physical closure of our offices. We canceled the commission meeting, and we directed all staff to not report to the commission offices effective March 17th and to telework until further notice. So literally overnight, the staff stopped physically being present, but our work certainly did not stop. City Hall was closed to the public except for essential workers. Board and commissions were required to cease meetings, public meetings, to slow the COVID-19 until further notice, and required approval by the office of the mayor before resuming sessions. So over the course of the following weeks, we were able to, in several days, issue some new ethics compliance information for board and commission members who might be raising funds for the emergency Give to SF fund. We adapted our website to create a special corner of our real estate to provide special updates related to ethics commission filings and information, including the launch then on the 19th of an online filing tool that had been developed in-house to help allow for electronic filings where they had not previously been permitted. And on Friday, March 20th, with the annual Form 700 and financial disclosure form process just days away, filing deadline just days away, we issued information updating filers about how our office would approach those filings, given that the FPPC had not yet issued any guidance about whether the April 1st deadline was going to change. So at that point, it had not yet been extended. We continued through our engagement and compliance staff to communicate with filers and others. So we issued guidance to help people understand how we would treat filings under the parameters that the FPPC, the state agency, had been talking about. Fast forward to April 1st, the commission meeting was canceled. We started meetings with trainings with Department of Technology just days later to try to figure out how we could do remote technology for a commission meeting. In an event, as we moved into May, we again then had to at the end of April, we had to cancel again our May meeting with the public health orders remaining in place. As of May 15th, in an event that recognized the continuity of not just governmental operations, but the election, we certified the very first candidate eligible in a Board of Supervisors race to receive public funds for the November election. Although we canceled the June meeting, when we moved into June, again, in the continuity of business that continued, that remained, as of June 1st, when the state had extended the annual financial disclosure filing for Form 700s, roughly 93% of electronic filers filed on time. That's roughly the same as the percentage last year. And I want to say very much how hard I think both the filers worked to receive and listen to the information we were providing. And our office was in touch with filers over a number of communications to really help them get those filings in. And so I appreciate that there were a number of people at 93% for this year. I'm not sure anybody would have expected that. We always want 100%, but in this year particularly, I think that was notable. On June 8th, we also turned back to some election-related work, which Johnny Hosey on our engagement and compliance staff led the effort to produce and to launch our first online remote candidate and treasurer training. So we were able to do that, and we know that that will be something that we will be in the position to do more of, as we still need to provide information to people about what the compliance rules are and how they can comply with them in practice. As of mid-June, 87% of supervisorial candidates that have been qualified by the Department of Elections to appear on the November ballot filed statements with our office indicating they decided to participate in the city's public financing program this year. That's 87% as of mid-June. That is a very high percentage. I think that may speak to the new rules that we have in place and the opportunities to participate that were crafted by this commission and the board last year. As of July 1st, at the end of the fiscal year, we had those candidates who had qualified to receive public funds had qualified to receive roughly $808,000 in public financing by July 1st. June 12th, we submitted our budget for cuts and impacts statement to the mayor's office. And as we wrapped up the year in other program areas, 8 of the 11 discretionary audits that our audit staff had been working on this past spring, the draft audit reports have been completed and provided to committees for their review and comment. One other audit, a discretionary audit, had already been issued. We anticipate the completion of the public financing audits for the 14 candidates that the external auditors are doing within the next completion of those within the next month. And 2 more discretionary audits that we've had underway or on the list to start have been put on hold pending the return of one of our auditors who's been on an extended disaster service work assignment since mid-April. And initiation of the 2 mandatory campaign audits for publicly financed candidates who ran in 2019. That remains pending until we're able to get through this 2018 campaign audits that we expect will be in the near future. As to other audit developments, I mentioned the audit requested by the Board of Supervisors to look at our performance as an organization. That was conducted as a priority this year. The BLA, we met with them on February the 5th to discuss the scope and timeline. And our staff worked through late June to prioritize as much as we could the collection and the providing of documents and data and analysis from a broad range of areas in our work to support the BLA's work on this project or on this audit. We are anticipating that we'll be able to meet with the BLA auditors in the next week or so as they are working to provide their final report that would include our formal response to the Board of Supervisors in the coming weeks. So we have that on tap as well. So significantly, looking back on these past 15 or so weeks, the fiscal year's last quarter was a busy one. As Chair Ambrose noted at the outset as well, in addition, during this time, actually 40% of our commission's 20-member staff have fulfilled DSW duty since March 24th. She mentioned that this is a responsibility of public service, and these assignments really help ensure that the city has the capacity that it needs to impact, to respond to the impacts of a local emergency. City staff are asked to step temporarily into these roles. These duties are not optional, and the needs are identified through the city's Emergency Operations Center, and requests are channeled and coordinated through the Department of Human Resources. But together, the 8 individuals in our office who've stepped up to serve these past months and have been able to serve, have collectively provided 157 days of DSW service coverage, or over 1,250 hours by the end of June, to support the city's public health emergency response. And I mentioned earlier that it's a very humbling experience being in public service these days. And I think no more so when we realize the challenges of trying to do all of the pressing work that we know we need to deliver for the public that established the Ethics Commission to do the work we have to do. And there's also, we know, one main priority for the city and the region, and that is to address the COVID-19 pandemic. And so it has been challenging, I know, for the staff members. I know it's been challenging for families of staff members who've been assigned duty. Uncertainty abounds when everybody's stepping out into these roles. But I really just deeply want to appreciate the staff members who have been able to provide this service on behalf of San Franciscans and really to the entire region, because San Francisco obviously is leading the effort and has been doing so much to really help the entire region. And then the details of their assignments I've included in my report, but I just want to acknowledge Rachel Gage, Jeff Pierce, Manisha Lal, Eric Willett, Jared Flores, our moderator today, John Kim, Thomas McLean, and Pat Ford. So deeply grateful for the work that they've done. At the end of the fiscal year, and when we start looking at this new year, there are also changes that are going to reflect how we are going to continue to adapt operationally and structurally, both with all of the ongoing DSW needs, other changes that we have to assess and to put into place. So as part of that, we do have some staffing related changes that I wanted to just provide you with before turning this over to any questions or comments that you might have. And that is as you may recall, in our original budget submission in February, we had requested a new manager level position to assume day-to-day responsibilities for directing a broad range of management duties that we need to ensure that we have an appropriate focus and attention on very critical budget, financial, and human resource operations. The required target cuts in the budget don't permit that, just to secure that position. And so instead, what we're doing is to rearrange some of our assignments, and they will be continued to be performed both by Deputy Director Gayatri Taikandil and myself and others, among other broad operational duties. But we also want to make a change to recognize that Rachel Gage will be now taking a broader role in managing the engagement and compliance division. She's now going to be our principal, our engagement and compliance manager starting this month. And she will be supervising that team. She has tremendous background and experience with managing multiple complex projects. And so we're delighted to welcome Rachel to this new role and her expanded leadership within the office and supporting the engagement and compliance operations. I also mentioned in my report that our Deputy Director and Chief Operating Officer is Gayatri Taikandil. We are shifting some of her work to enable her to have a broader focus office-wide on providing a focus on day-to-day operations, budget, financial oversight, human resource, so that we can have also a broader programmatic support across all divisions. Gayatri happily has shared news with us and has shared news publicly that she anticipates an extended maternity leave planned to begin imminently. And that'll be for a period of roughly 6 months. So while we are delighted that we're going to have a new team ethics member with us and that she's going to have some time, we will put this practice in place when she comes back from her leave. So we do want to wish her well and acknowledge that as well. While she is out, Jeff Pierce will be acting as assume Deputy Director acting duties, and Stephen Massey, who is our Director of Technology, will assume the role as the acting Chief Operating Officer for Gayatri's financial and budget related duties. Tyler Field, we also were able to appoint as a Senior Information Systems Business Analyst within our Electronic Disclosure and Data Analysis Division. This is a position that is absolutely critical to our ability to help engage and equip the public with information about disclosures that are made with our office, and particularly local elections. This position is also essential to commission operations. And so we were very pleased to be able to secure necessary approval of both the Department of Human Resources and the Mayor's Budget Office to fill the position for fiscal year 21 on a limited basis. And so he is immediately focusing on building and maintaining a variety of dashboards for the November election, a variety of other tools for the public to really help everybody engage and understand the information that's available. I am going to stop there. I know this is a lot of information. It's quite lengthy, but I will stop there to see if you have any questions for me. And then I'm happy also to introduce to you our controller guest, Mr. Mark De La Rosa, to address the findings of that report. But I will pause here and chair, see how you wish to proceed.
This is Chair Ambrose speaking. Thank you very much, Executive Director, for your report. I really appreciate the scope of work that you undertook in this past few months and the many issues that you've teed up for us to address going forward. I am going to let the other commissioners go first in asking you follow-on questions or comments. So if you all want to raise your hand, I see that Commissioner Bush's hand is raised. So if it's okay, I'm going to figure out how to acknowledge him now. We haven't really talked about that. So I assume I just ask you to unmute your microphone, Commissioner Bush, and you're still muted. You're still muted. Sorry.
All right,
There we
now
go.
I'm unmuted. Is that right?
Yeah, that's great. All right.
Thank you.
You
I
have the
appreciate
floor.
it. I just wanted to recall that in 1989, I was working in the mayor's office when the earthquake hit. So I understand what you have been going through with your staff on detail for emergency services with the virus now. And a lot of people thought that the earthquake only lasted 17 seconds and that was over. But it actually had repercussions that lasted for several years. And the result was that the city did not go back to what it was. There was a decision that was 6-5 to tear down the Embarcadero Freeway, then a later debate about the Central Freeway. There was the thing about the SROs that were temporarily housing homeless and which were no longer stable and had to be torn down. So that was the creation of the multi-service centers, all of which leads me to think that what ethics has been going through for these last few months also is not going to be a quote return to what was. This is an opportunity to recalibrate what it is that's going on. And you have several emphases that are underway with the controller and the budget legislative analyst and the board, as well as your own agendas that are going forward. So I'd just like to say that I respect and acknowledge the work that's been going on, and that I want to urge people to respect that that's going to continue to go on. It's not going to be fixed quickly. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry, I forgot to unmute. I was going to say, do we have other questions and comments? Yes, Commissioner Chu, if you want to unmute yourself, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair Ambrose. I wanted to echo Commissioner Bush's comments in terms of thanking the ethics staff for the tremendous work that everyone has been doing in this unprecedented time. And to also acknowledge that I think that we will come out.
Commissioner Chu, you need to speak up just a bit. I see you're holding your microphone, but unless it's just my ear set, I'm having trouble hearing you.
Okay, is that better?
That is better. Thank you.
Okay, I'll have to almost speak into it from here. So I wanted to acknowledge the tremendous work that the commission staff has done in order to keep the ship running during this unprecedented time. And I can't believe it's been 5 months since our last meeting, but just because we haven't met doesn't mean that work hasn't been ongoing. And the fact that that the commission has been able to pivot to a virtual workspace and to have 93% Form 700 filings and to support all of those filers to be able to do that, and to provide so many tremendous hours and emergency services to the city is just really remarkable, and I think speaks to the commitment and the energy and the spirit of the Ethics Commission. And I, for one, hope that we will be on the other side of this sooner rather than later, and have tremendous confidence in the ability of this team to get us there and to forge something new. As Commissioner Bush has said, we won't go back to BC before COVID times. It will be different. And I, for one, believe that with this team and this commitment and the energy and the horsepower behind all of it, it's going to be really, really great. So thank you all for the work that you've done, and I'm excited to be a part of it.
Thank you, Commissioner Chu. And I see no further comments at this time. I note the next agenda item is specifically on the budget, so we'll come back to those. Did you have something?
Yes, if I might, if the commission has no further questions on my portion of the executive director report, and perhaps this is where you were going, the Mark De La Rosa from the controller's office, I'm happy to turn it over to him. The acting director of audits of the controller's office and the city services office is here as well for his presentation. So I will leave it to him if the commission has no further questions for me, but thank you again.
Yes, welcome. Please proceed, and we look forward to having you back here again in the future as the controller's office work continues on this topic. Sorry, there's a fire engine going on behind my house. I'll just mute out.
All right, commissioners, this is the moderator. We are getting Mr. De La Rosa set up for his presentation. Just bear with us one moment.
All right, can everyone see the presentation?
Yes.
Great. Well, good morning, everyone. Thank you, Executive Director Pelham, Chair Ambrose, members of the Commission, Mark De La Rosa, Acting Director of Audits for the Controller's Office. Today, I'll just be providing you with some key highlights of the assessment that we issued last week, June 29th, regarding the Public Works contracting processes and procedures. There's 7 key areas that I'll be highlighting today, and about actually 8 recommendations, 2 of which will be directly related to the Ethics Commission, and we're definitely, we welcome any input that you have as we refine these preliminary recommendations and findings. So just a very quick background, as many of you know, or all of you know, back in February, late January, early February, was when the Mohammed Nuru investigation started. It became public, and that was when the Controller's Office set forth a number of assessments related to the various internal controls surrounding what happened and what transpired, the schemes that were described in the investigative reports. One of the key things that we did immediately was to look into the Public Works contracting processes. Alongside our efforts, we do collaborate with the City Attorney's Office as part of their investigations. They have, as part of what they have uncovered during the initial few months, issued subpoenas to various organizations, nonprofits, and entities that relate to the investigations. There were also key efforts that they initiated based on review of the data related to some of the contracts, including canceling one that was tied to Nick Bovis, as well as other city employee and officials related matters. One of the key things that we did at the Controller's Office is we also started a public integrity tip line. This is to supplement our whistleblower our program, and this is specific to any tips that the public has in relation to the Mohammed Nuru investigations. As of June, which was when we completed a draft of our report, we have received over 54, actually over 50 tips related to the investigations, some of which we sent out to the city attorney as part of their investigations, and some were taken on as investigations that we at the whistleblower program processed. A couple of key things that I wanted to emphasize is that the report that we issued last week is preliminary, meaning that they are bound to change as we complete our assessments. And really, as you can probably notice in the recommendations that we've set forth, some of which are very general in nature, and that was by design so that we can get and gather input from entities such as yourselves, who has the expertise in the ethics realm of our report. Just very quickly, this is just to provide an overview of contracting at Public Works. This is basically lays out all of the contracts that they've let since 2017 through 2020. There was a total of 366 contracts that they had at the time. And this amounted to a not to exceed amount of $1.4 billion, most of which are construction contracts. That is what we refer to as Chapter 6, which refers to the admin code section. There's also the professional services construction related contracts. And there are those that are more general, that are non-construction related. And also there's a category that they have on grants, and that amounted to 19 or $24 million as of the reporting. This is just to give you kind of the breakdown of those 366 contracts by the type of contracting method that they used, most of which were competitively bid. They actually followed the formal solicitation process that the city has and the department has in terms of providing for competition, following procedures. So that amounted to 298 of the 366 of the contracts, or $1.4 billion. There's also a subset that were informally solicited, and those are the ones that are more on the lower value side, and there were 26 contracts that totaled $4 million. And then there was a category that we basically honed in on as part of our assessment, which are those that had no solicitation required. There were 2 that were sole sourced, there were 6 that were under the emergency authority, and then there were 15 contracts that amounted to 24.6 million related to projects addressing homelessness that did not have any requirements in terms of solicitation. And I'll go through the key findings in our presentation. The very first key point and finding that we wanted to emphasize is that unlike the other Chapter 6 departments, which are basically those departments that have the Public Works authority, contracting authority, the Department of Public Works did not have a commission or an external oversight over it. As you probably know, the other departments that fall under the Chapter 6 departments are the Airport Commission, the Port Commission, Recreation and Parks Department, the MTA and PUC, all of which have external bodies that are charged with overseeing the approval of contracts over a certain threshold. Within Public Works, what happened was that in 2011, the mayor at the time, Mayor Ed Lee, designated Mr. Nuru as the head of Public Works to be the mayor's designee to approve the contracts within a certain threshold. That is what we call the mayoral delegation. And then Mr. Nuru in turn designated 3 of his deputy directors at the time to basically serve as the contract approvers. So this was the director's delegation of the mayoral delegation. So our key finding here really is that Public Works is not overseen by any external body in terms of approving its Chapter 6 procurement, especially those that are over a certain threshold. Our recommendation obviously carries forth from that finding in that the mayor should delegate the final approval of Public Works to an official other than the department director, and that the mayor and the board should amend Chapter 6 to prohibit such delegation and the department to the department head for these contracting activities. The next set of findings that we had related to projects addressing homelessness. And you may or may not know, but in 2019, admin code was revised to add Chapter 21B and Section 6.76 of the admin code, and this basically allowed for departments to bypass the standard competitive solicitation process. Within this context, these two sections of the admin code define projects addressing homelessness as projects designed to prevent homelessness through housing subsidies or services, and projects to provide shelter, housing, food, and or other social services. The code stated that competitive procurement requirements may be waived for such contracts that were let under 21B and Section 6.76 of the admin code. Given this waiver, the usual controls that you would see in terms of minimum solicitation, vendor qualifications, fair selection, were not uniformly applied nor required in letting out these contracts. For public works alone, there were 15 contracts that fell under these categories of projects addressing homelessness that totaled $24.6 million. And of that, 11 of which that amounted to about $14 million, we, as part of our assessment, did not see any documented or discernible selection process to let out those contracts. So our recommendation here is basically for the department and for those that are under those two admin code provisions to continue adhering to revised new procurement procedures. So as part of the department's response to the newer investigations, the acting director of the public works initiated a stricter internal controls in letting out such contracts. So adhering to those procurement procedures and implementing them citywide and consistently is our recommendation. We also had a finding on pre-qualified pool. As required or as provided by the admin code, departments can set out a pre-qualified pool of vendors using a competitive solicitation process. What we found under this is that the city does not have a standard procedures for selecting vendors once they are in a pre-qualified contracting pool. And according to some of our conversations with Public Works as part of our assessment, there were instances in which the same vendor would be selected repeatedly from a pre-qualified pool, and at times at the direction of the department's former director, Mr. Nuru. So the recommendation then is to establish clear guidelines for selecting vendors under such a procurement situation. We also had our recommendations and findings related to grants. Really, with this one, there were no. We found that the city laws and rules have historically provided insufficient requirements or guidance to procure processes or to procure services under grants for two nonprofits organizations, and this is one that we have emphasized for the mayor, board, and the Office of Contract Administration to establish minimum requirements to ensure that competitive solicitation of grants are happen, similar to how other contracts are led in the city. There's also findings and recommendations on central oversight, given that Chapter 21 procurement, which happens to fall under the Office of Contract Administration, is distinctly separated from the delegated authority that the Chapter 6 departments have in procuring public works related services. There is no one central entity that basically oversees procurement in the city citywide. And so this is to basically recommend closing those gaps and having some sort of a central monitoring entity that will expand the monitoring and oversight of city procurement citywide, as well as also promoting a data-driven decision by using our SF procurement, which is a citywide centralized procurement system that we have that is not always used by the department. So our recommendation is for the departments to consistently use them so that we have sightline into the life cycle of a contract from the very beginning of solicitation to the very end. One key thing that we wanted to emphasize is the tone at the top. This is really one that that kind of served as a root cause for some of the key findings that we found. And tone at the top in this context refers to the ethical atmosphere that is created in the workplace by the organization's leadership. And according to our discussions with public works staff, really the tone that Mr. Nuru had was one that prioritized low cost, expediency, and the lack of organizational transparency among staff. And that really impacted the way that that some of the contracts that were led by Public Works to have happened and occur. And then last but not the least that I wanted to emphasize today are the findings and recommendations that we had that relate to the Ethics Commission. And this is the gaps in the gifts, restrictions, and enforcement. And just as a background, as many of you know, or as all of you know, city officers and designated employees are required to submit the Form 700 Statement of Interest to disclose reportable financial interests. What we found was that despite these requirements, there were certain gaps that existed related to these gift restrictions. For example, a city employee acting in bad faith could circumvent the city's procurement controls and avoid detection. Mr. Nuru in the FBI report allegedly violated Public Works' statement of incompatible activities by receiving gifts from individuals who had contracts with or are seeking contracts with the Department of Public Works. There are also provisions in the statement of incompatible activities that that no officers or employees of the department may knowingly provide selective assistance to individuals. And in one of the allegations, Mr. Nuru provided information, behind-the-scenes information, to Belmore Hernandez, basically related to an RFP, a request for proposals that was ongoing at the time. So one of the loopholes that we noted in our report is that related to the regulations of the Fair Political Practices Commission, allowing a payment provided to an official by an individual with whom the official has a long-term, close personal friendship or unrelated to the official's position with the agency. And so that was a key area that we noted as an area that had the potential for fraud and for abuse. We also note in our report that the Ethics Commission may take steps to initiate enforcement of the late filers of Form 700 and may conduct random audits of filings submitted. And any person who violates such ethic laws may be subject to criminal, civil, and administrative penalties, as you all very well know. The two findings that relate to that we kept very general, again, to get input from you as the Ethics Commission as we finalize what recommendations really make sense in terms of its practicality and in terms of its effectiveness. And so the two related recommendations are that for the Ethics Commission to examine and close loopholes in the Campaign Finance Code to ensure city laws do not create avenues for unethical behavior, as well as expeditiously enable and require that all statement of economic interests are filed electronically, and that the mayor and the board should prioritize funding for such an effort. Just very quickly, our next steps really, so as I mentioned, this is just one of many assessments that we will be issuing related to the Nuru investigations. One that is upcoming is our assessment of the Friends of organizations. These are basically nonprofits that are working with our city departments in either maintaining non-city accounts to fund for various activities. And so we will be issuing a report on that one. We have an ongoing one that's looking at the Airport Commission's approval process for their contracts and the ethical standards surrounding it. And then we also have one on city's contractor department process, as well as DBI, the Department of Building Inspections policies and practices for awarding permits. I know that that is a lot of information. And with that, I'll turn it over now to the commission if you have any questions or comments.
Thank you, Mark De La Rosa. I really appreciate the work that the controller's done, along with other city departments, in ferreting out the corruption and trying to identify some of the causes. I do appreciate your recognizing the responsibility of the Ethics Commission, and certainly calling for the funding to be provided for the Form 700 filing to become available, for all citywide filers and not just commissioners. As you pointed out, the identification of potential loopholes in the gift reporting is necessarily broad, and I'm sure we can work with the Ethics Commission staff to potentially identify any information that we might have about past violations and how any purported confusion might have led to those violations being committed. I do think that the tone at the top is a really significant factor there, and that a person of ordinary intelligence can understand pretty clearly when things should be reported as part of their, ethical obligation and just their ethical practices in general. But nevertheless, should there be any confusion out there, we're happy to try and clarify it and or tighten up the regulations. To that end, when we talk in the next item about the budget, I do think that the training that the commission staff was attempting or initiating with departments, contracting staff, so that those members of the various airport commission or PUC, et cetera, who are working with contractors who have obligations under the campaign and government code, understood what they were, so that they, whether it was under behested payments or reporting solicitations for campaign donations, that not only our city staff, but the consultants and contractors who work for the city as well know what the rules are, know where to get advice if they're confused about the rules, which is the Ethics Commission, and and take those obligations and responsibilities seriously. So we have a lot of work ahead of us to improve the education and training, to review our rules, and to continue to work with you and the city attorney's office as you pursue these other avenues where the corruption has come to light. So thank you very much for your time. And I want to ask other commissioners who, unfortunately, I didn't get a chance to see who raised their hand first. So I'm going to do it alphabetically and recognize Commissioner Bush first. If you want to unmute your mic, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Am I muted?
You are live. You have the floor.
Thank you. And thank you, President Ambrose, and thank you, Mr. De La Rosa, for your presentation. You mentioned several loopholes, and in going through the issues that have been brought forward, it occurred to me that we have rules that says that lobbyists, both contact lobbyists and expenditure lobbyists and contractors cannot give gifts or make contributions. But we did not do the same rule when it comes to permit expediters. And I see that two of the people who've been charged are permit expediters who were apparently involved in extending gifts to the people whose approved the permits that they were seeking. The same thing is we don't have the same kind of rule when it comes to campaign consultants. And campaign consultants do in fact make gifts, especially to other officials, in order to encourage them to endorse the candidates they're being paid to help. And then there's a third category, which isn't in our law at all, but probably should be, called strategic advisors. And those are people who are senior officials in the city who then take the expertise that they gained in those positions and offer themselves for hire to help without making direct contact to city officials. So they're not a contact lobbyist. But you will find them on the internet, for example. They advertise themselves under the term strategic advisors, and you'll recognize the names of many of them. So had there been such restrictions in the past, would that have helped the controller's office better identify loopholes that need to be closed?
First, thank you, Commissioner Bush, on that information. One thing that we will definitely take into consideration as we're finalizing our recommendations and findings is to take that information that you have. We did not focus on what other restrictions actually specifically on the permit expediters, campaign consultants, strategic consultants, and we'll take that and we'll see how we can incorporate that into our final report.
Thank you. In the same way, you've talked about the need to better review the Form 700 filings. And I just took, I can't say it was at random, I took a look at Mohammed Nehru's Form 700 filings. And while he did disclose that he was being paid by the Department of Public Works as his executive director, he did not report that he was also the chair of the Joint Transportation Authority, which is a place that was also involved in some of the questionable activities. Nor did he report on there that he's the consultant for the refuse rate setting for recology and so forth. He makes the recommendations, he holds the hearings, he is the major setting things in motion. So I'm not sure to what extent those things would be covered in a Form 700. And I also am not sure when you have someone who's a board member of a nonprofit, which city law says if they are associated with other people who have business before your commission or your agency, you should disclose it. But there's no place to disclose that on a Form 700. So I'm asking the question about whether or not it's not simply improving who files, but also improving what gets filed.
What gets filed. That's right.
And I don't know what your views are on that.
Yeah, I think, there are provisions, as I mentioned, of what the Ethics Commission can do in terms of conducting random audits of the filings themselves that looks at whether it is filed and not so much the quality of what is actually in there, whether or not it's accurate and complete. I think that there's definitely room for improvement in terms of how such reviews or attestations by the filers themselves. So that's one area that we that certainly can be improved. That we know exists based on what's currently existing.
Okay. Thank you.
I'm going to recognize, based on the alphabet, Commissioner Chu, if you want to unmute your mic and ask your question. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Ambrose. Thank you, Mr. De La Rosa, for your presentation. It was very helpful and informative. The question I have goes back to the loopholes that you identified in the report that the Ethics Commission can close. And the recommendation is to enhance or revise the laws and that is on paper. So I wanted to ask, and if the controller's office has given any thought to how these new laws and regulations would be communicated to the city community as well as contractors and other members of the public, because I think that we can have great laws on paper, but if people don't know what is allowed, what is permissible, who do I go to if I have questions, what happens if I don't comply, then the effectiveness of those laws is really compromised. And in the absence of training or even a culture of compliance and the work needed to create and foster that culture of compliance in the city, I think that any kind of reform effort will fall woefully short. So would love to hear your thoughts and on the training aspect and the communication and rollout aspect of any upcoming changes to rules and regulations and laws.
Yeah, no, I think that's a very good question, Commissioner Chu. I think this is really where the work of the department, the Ethics Commission, with Executive Director Pelham's leadership comes into play. She mentioned efforts that they're doing to improve outreach and communication of certain key rules and provisions, and I think that there's definitely opportunities there within the department that can revamp or make more robust the communication that's going out to the communities and to the various facets too. There's, as you know, there's a community of contractors that are out there in the city that based on the different trades, and I think that there's different targeted communications and outreach that can be done by the commission itself. From the controller's perspective, we do have our within the city services auditor, our whistleblower program, and one key thing that we certainly try to do is to educate not just the city departments, the various departments, on what those key rules are and what they can do when they see something. So that can be another avenue that we can certainly amplify some of the key rules that exist.
Thank you. I would just encourage the controller's office to consider adding to the recommendation that in addition to reviewing and closing loopholes in the laws and regulations, but to add additional training. It's about really, to your point, creating a culture where whistleblowers will feel comfortable coming forward. Because they know that it's wrong, or they've seen something, and then they will feel that it is important to do something, like to see something and then to say something. And in the absence of a concerted effort, I think, by the Ethics Commission and the departments, and an obligation to put upon the leaders to create an ethical culture of compliance, I think that it will be very, very difficult to make progress against this type of widespread corruption. I would have to imagine that there was at least one person, if not more, within the Department of Public Works who saw what was happening. And, did they not know that this was illegal behavior, that this was unethical behavior, that this was problematic in some way? And if that's the case, then that's very concerning. But I would imagine that some of them did know, and they did think this isn't quite right, but the culture prevented them from acting. And so I think that unless we get to culture, because as they say in the corporate world, culture eats strategy for breakfast every day. And that unless people know and feel comfortable that this is the right thing to do, they won't do it.
Right. Yes, and I could not agree with you more. That's why we certainly emphasize the section on tone at the top in our slides, because this is really one that does impact the transactions that occur within that organization.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Chu. And now I'm going to recognize Commissioner Lee. If you want to unmute your microphone, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mr. De La Rosa, for the presentation. I echo what my fellow commissioners had mentioned earlier, especially on the whistleblower protection area. It is really hard to think that no one knew what was going on. The fact that people may not feel comfortable, or they may feel that their job is at risk, prevented them from stepping forward. Form 700 is good. It's I think a large majority of folks who file it, they file it honestly. I think the trainings, the audits, and everything are good. But I'd like to ask your opinion to see if an additional level of accountability would be a consideration. My understanding is Form 700 is available to everybody, but most everybody do not access that. They just filed and they just thought someone else would be auditing or reviewing it. And every year, supposedly, all employees or most employees have to go through annual review. My understanding is, so the thought that I have is, we need to add more accountability and also awareness that, hey, you need to be, you need to comply with all these rules. So if during the part of the annual review, the Form 700 is also being reviewed between the supervisor and the worker to make sure that the worker knows that she or he, whatever they're putting on the form, is being reviewed by somebody. And there's a potential that if you're lying, somebody is going to know. Again, going to the whistleblower program, that somebody is going to know. So when you're discussing your annual review, what you've done well, what you need to improve, this is a Form 700. Is this the correct information that you put in? And I think that until there's stronger legislation, this may be a good short-term proposal to really keep people in line, so to speak, that they know that, it's just not a piece of paper they filed and no one else sees.
Yes, very good points, Commissioner Lee. The extra level and additional level is certainly one that we can always have. As you probably know, internal controls, including the filing of things, only provides for a certain level of reasonable assurance that there's always opportunities for one to take advantage of them. So there's, I agree with you on the additional level, and this is when we actually really defer to you as experts in this area, and want to hear your thoughts, and in working with Executive Director Pelham in refining what that looks like. I know that there's also efforts. We did the presentation of the same deck of slides with the Board of Supervisors Government Audit and Oversight Committee last week. They certainly had very similar questions and comments, and certainly the room for additional improvement in the way that we have our culture of our ethical culture within the city or throughout the city is certainly one that people are aware of, and hopefully something will emerge out of those efforts.
Thank you.
Thank you. Again, in the interest of time, I'm going to let you go, but with the understanding, Mr. De La Rosa, that we all have a lot of work to do. We will work with the board. We share legislative responsibility on the good government conduct code. So we're looking forward to continuing to work with members of the board to the extent that legislation is required. We have the budget discussion coming up, and we'll have that at the board as well. And that's going to be absolutely key, because if we're going to take a leading role in educating or refreshing the understanding of the city family about what their responsibilities are, and then also making that information available and transparent so that it's not only the whistleblowers, but everyone in the city can, see directly whether or not there's been accurate compliance or compliance at all. So I think we all have a lot of work to do. We appreciate this first step on the part of the commission and the controller, and we will absolutely look forward to having you come back as each one of your additional subject areas are addressed, because they all concern the work that we're doing as well. So thanks again for that. I think we're about ready to go to public comment on this. Monitor, Mr. Flores, could you tell us whether or not we have any speakers in the queue?
Madam Chair, there are currently 3 speakers in line.
All right, if you want to give them an opportunity to get ready and maybe perhaps provide additional information for anybody else who might want to call in at this point. Thank you.
For those already on hold, please continue to wait until the system indicates you have been unmuted. If you have just joined this meeting, we are currently on agenda item number 3, discussion of Executive Director's report. If you have not already done so, please press *3 to be added to the public comment queue. You have 3 minutes to provide your public comment, 6 minutes if you're online with an interpreter. You will hear a bell go off when you have 30 seconds remaining. With that said, I will go ahead and call up this first caller. Caller, welcome.
Hello.
You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Again, my name is Ali Al-Taha, and I want to thank you so much for all the efforts that you guys are putting in. If I may just share a few comments with you and for your benefits from an insider who had dealt with these issues for the last 20 years with various departments in San Francisco, including the PUC, DPW, the port, and the airport. Commissioner Lee and Commissioner Chin, you spoke about enforcement. And I'm telling you right now, as we speak, no one cares. No one is going to jail, so nobody cares. Unless the system have teeth in it and people know that there's a repercussions to what their actions are in filing Form 600 or 700 or whatever actions they're taking in sole sourcing, nobody cares. As we speak today, right now, there's a $40 million contract at San Francisco PUC for construction management that has been scammed so badly and so badly, let me put it just this way, to make sure a former AGM of the San Francisco PUC can get this contract. They issued the contract December 31st to circumvent a statute that will take effect on January 1st. They delayed it for 6 months, and right now we're in July, and they still have not made an award to make sure that it goes through to a specific person. That's number one. Number two, Mr. De La Rosa, you spoke about the audit the Controller's Office is working on. And I can tell you right now, unless you bring in an insider as part of your team that knows how the construction industry work, how the consultant industry work, how the CM industry work in the city, you would not be able to get valuable information as to how things are being scammed. And let me give you one example. The Azul case, and specifically on the the asphalt plant project that was awarded by the Port of San Francisco in cooperation with Neuro, and the way the project was fixed. Look at this was supposed to, if I'm not mistaken, this had federal money in it, so the federal guidelines kicks in. So the qualification-based selection should have been the paramount of the selection process. But when you read the wiretaps, the FBI wiretaps, you clearly see that the team that won, that Azul was part of, clearly indicated on the wiretap that they were not qualified to do the work, and I quote. Yet when you look at the selection and the scoring of the selection panel by 3 engineers, they rated that team with 70 plus points and everybody else in the 30 points. So how can 3 professional engineers deem a team that is the most qualified when the team itself has not been, that admitted that they were not qualified to do the work? So with all due respect, what I'm trying to tell you is this: there's a lot of whistleblowers, including myself, that went to the PUC, went to Harlan, went to the mayor's office, went to Naomi and told them enough is enough, but nobody listens because nobody cares. And there is absolutely they won't lose anything, and they were going to continue doing what they're doing until there are rules in place that will put people above and beyond just being mentioned in the newspapers. So again, I urge you to bring in individuals that have the knowledge of the institutional knowledge of how the contracting work, and not just rely on documents and files that, for example, the controller office gets in from the selection teams and say, hey, you know, they were ranked highest, so they won the job. That doesn't work, sir. And again, I'm available if you have any questions or any feedback that you would like me to comment on. Thank you so much.
Thank you, caller. Moving on to the next caller. Hello, caller.
Hello,
welcome to the commission.
Hello, Commissioners. Mark Solomon again. These patterns of corruption are not new. They're pervasive, widespread across contracting departments. More filing of forms without forensic investigation are of little use. The problems are structural. Open secrets are not secrets. They have been known for decades. Malevolence is rewarded, but acquiescence is always complicity and has to remain complicity. The DPW Commission, there was talk of that in the 2000s, but the deal was play ball or it is filth for your district, so no one crossed Nuru as he arose in the ranks. You talked to the SFPD containment, right, about how an 8-3 at the board means that homelessness, substance, and psych issues are contained in District 6, 9, and 10. Right, that's an open secret. You mentioned it to the brass, they blanch, but we all know what really happens and it's denied. The MTA, efforts to fight back divided MTA appointments. So the board had some people on the MTA board have been beaten back and denied many, many times. The MTA slow walks these contracts for years to maximize cost. Van Ness BRT, the rebuild of 16th Street. These things just take forever when they shouldn't take forever, longer than the original streets took to build probably. They're just milking it to make sure that the proper contractors get their money. Permit expediters. Walter Wong's brain is a very large place, and he knows exactly how land use is wired in San Francisco. I really hope that the FBI and U.S. Attorney get into his mind and start plumbing, because it's going to be a mess once they root that stuff out. But there's got to be accountability here. The city attorney is the consigliere for this entire operation, has been for 20 years. He should be disbarred and resigned because of his client's crime sprees. This is organized crime going on here, and the city attorney is the guy who is authorizing it. The controller likewise has to step down. He's downscoping this investigation to Form 700s. The problem is structural, not minor. The public does not have confidence in the compromised political class to investigate itself and cure the disease because they are complicit. After the quake, the entire Board of Supervisors was in jail for corruption, along with the mayor. And that may end up happening again when this goes down, because the mess is everywhere. We need an independent investigation and a community-based charter reform process to get to this structurally. And how about more in-house government work and less outsourcing and contracting where we can? That needs to be the rule. There's got to be some high bar to throwing out contracts, because that's where the kickbacks come in that may not be apparent unless you have FBI levels of investigation. And that's what the deal is. These people have engineered it so there's complicity, so there's denial, so everyone gets something. And you've got a class that is going to jealously guard its prerogatives because there's so much money at stake. Thank you very much.
Moving on to the next caller. Hello, caller. Welcome to the meeting.
So, Commissioners, my name is Francisco da Costa. And let me first state to all of y'all that corruption in San Francisco has reached saturation point. I heard the controller talk to this committee linked to the Board of Supervisors, and really, if any whistleblower does all the hard or the heavy lifting and gives it to the controller on a platter, they can do nothing. Because, as has been alluded by one of the speakers, our city attorney really pulls the strings. You commissioners know that the Ethics Commission itself is a joke. When the Fair Political Practices Commission fined an individual, and I can give her name, she works for the San Francisco Public Utilities Commission. She is an assistant general manager of, I won't say the last thing, but she gives herself a title as chief strategist. She was fined, and the same case was adjudicated by the Fair Political Practices Commission, then brought to the Ethics Commission, the San Francisco Ethics Commission, who did nothing. So now you all are pretending to tell us that, you all know something and something has to be done when the Ethics Commission itself is amoral and should be ashamed of themselves. The Sunshine Task Force, for all practical reasons, is impotent. So is the Ethics Commission. The Controller's office is the only place we can go to, but they too have somebody holding a gun to their head. So what can we do? Now, even if a whistleblower brings about and does all the heavy lifting, millions of dollars have been wasted. More by the San Francisco Public Utilities Commission. For example, the sewer system improvement project started with about $6 billion and will end up costing us $20 billion. What can the Ethics Commission do? Nothing. You'll just kick the can down the street. Kick the can down the street.
Thank you, caller. I'm checking to see if there's any additional callers. If you are just joining us and you actually are using the WebEx application, if you wish to raise your hand, you may do so by clicking on the raise hand icon in the participants panel. To access your participants panel, you can, on the video feed, there's a navigation bar. You click on the participants panel icon, which will expose the participants panel. There is a small raised hand icon in gray that you can use to click on to raise your hand. Again, this is if you're using the WebEx application to attend this meeting. Chair, I do not see, I don't see any new members of the public who wish to voice any public comment.
Thank you, moderator, and thank you to the Controller's Office. Again, I appreciate the participation by the public. I encourage you to continue to engage with us as we work to address these issues. I hear the frustration and the despair even, but I want you to know that I think that this commission takes these issues very seriously and actually intends to do something about it. So I want to encourage you to continue to participate, to bring forth your ideas and your recommendations, and we appreciate your engagement here. I am going to ask, actually, since it's almost 11:30, if we can take a 5-minute recess now before we call Item 4, I'm sorry, Commissioner Chu, did you want to speak? I saw your hand move.
No, I was just giving you the thumbs up on the 5-minute recess.
Okay. Okay. If we can take a 5-minute recess and then we'll come back and I will call item 4, which is to discuss the budget going forward. All right. Thank you.
SF Gov TV, San Francisco Government Television.
City Attorney, do you think we need to take roll again? Oh, good. The chair is back. Madam Chair, I turn it over to you. I was asking the question whether we needed to take roll again since we had taken a 5-minute break, but I don't remember we needed to do that.
No, that's not necessary. And thank you. Got my heart rate up there. Mad dash to the curb. Fortunately, I live in the Sunset where there's lots of available parking on both sides of the street. Okay, so moderator, if you can let me know where we're at. Are we live at the moment? We are. All right, then I am going to call agenda item number 4. And that would be discussion and possible action on the fiscal year 21 revised budget that was submitted by the Ethics Commission on June 12th, 2020, as required by the mayor's instructions for all city departments, unfortunately in the wake of the COVID-19 public health emergency. So I'm going to turn it over to the executive director to make a presentation. We don't have a specific motion recommended before us. The provision in the agenda for possible action provides the commission with an opportunity should someone so desire to make a motion, but it's not required. If there is a motion, since it wasn't provided to the public in advance, we will then, following that, give the public an opportunity to comment on that, just on that specific motion. All right, is that clear? Everybody okay with that protocol? All right, thank you. Executive Director Pelham.
Thank you, Chair Ambrose. As the chair noted, this is an item that's on the agenda to provide an update to the commission and public about the status of the commission's fiscal year 21 and 22 budget process and planning. You will recall that the all city departments were required to submit fiscal year 21-22 budget requests to the mayor's office in the normal course of city business back in February, actually on the same day that the commission last met. And at that time, our budget proposal that we had submitted to the mayor's office outlined $1.3 million in what we believe are essential new investments to begin in fiscal year 21 for the commission to achieve the organizational capacity that it needs to meet the voter mandate in our role as an independent and objective oversight body in city government, and to help advance the higher standards of integrity in city government. Our current operating budget, as you know, is around $4.5 million. We have 24 authorized positions. 4 of those have been vacant. And 87% of our commission's operation is attributable to salaries and fringe, basically our personnel. We do work with personnel. We do not have a lot of overhead. Soon after our last commission meeting, you appreciated Commissioner Chu and Commissioner Lee and our Deputy Director Teichendiel and I had the opportunity to meet directly with the mayor and her chief of staff and the budget director to share more background about the basis for the commission's budget request. And in that meeting, we discussed the essential need to continue to right-size the commission so that we could continue to focus on strong laws that are effective and enforceable in practice, that we can support heightened compliance and strengthened public engagement in city elections and in how we govern ourselves, and also improved accountability through timely, thorough, and fair audits, investigations, and administrative enforcement when the facts and the law take us there. So we appreciated, in the midst of all the other things that were brewing at that time, that we had the ability to speak directly with the mayor and just share those perspectives. I just want to acknowledge the time and focus that office provided. At as these budget discussions were occurring, of course, the number of public health emergency related changes were happening in the city. And I've discussed those previously in agenda item 3, so I'm not going to repeat them here. But we do know that, since March, since the last commission meeting where we had a discussion about our budget, the pandemic and public health emergency has absolutely upended daily life across the city and the country and the world. Commerce has looked very different, and the demand for how we deliver our local government services has had to adapt significantly. So the city's financial outlook and budgetary needs also have been fundamentally altered. On March 31st, the Comptroller's Office issued a report that talked about the projected revenue reductions that the city was facing in the final quarter of FY20 and called them staggering. There's a comprehensive report that the Comptroller's Office jointly issued with the board, the Mayor's Office, and the budget and legislative analysts. So due to the city's ongoing response to COVID-19 and the continuing healthcare and financial impacts of the city, at the end of March, the mayor announced a citywide freeze to allow only hiring of essential workers, and also the revised budget season that included both the rebalancing of our current FY20 budget, and then also introducing a roughly 3-month delay in being able to finalize the FY21 budget. And so following the anticipated release of the mayor's newly revised budget for FY21, which is expected in August, early August, the Board of Supervisors will then consider that budget through the month of August and September, and then in order to finalize a budget for the city effective October 1st this year. There is a current stopgap budget that has been enacted to kind of status quo carry through October 1st. So when departments received budget instructions, departments were required to submit new proposals by June 12th, and they needed to meet specific requirements and that would detail how those targeted cuts would be met and what the service impacts of those cuts would be. For the Ethics Commission, based on our annual operating budget, the targeted cuts for year 1 were roughly $450,000 for this coming fiscal year. And for the next year, roughly $686,000. This was the 10% cut in FY21 that would grow to 15% in FY22, with an additional 5% in that second year, a contingency should this year's financial outlook worsen even yet. And so the instructions were that departments had to prioritize core services that provide critical government functions. We needed to reevaluate our current operations to realign them with the needs and the demands that COVID-19 was placing on how we operate in terms of public health guidance. And we had to also look at how we prioritize services for vulnerable populations and equitable services for underserved populations. The budget letter that we submitted to the mayor's office on June 12th appears as an attachment to the materials that we posted online. And I want to acknowledge just briefly the extraordinary pace of work that all of our staff put into that effort, particularly our Deputy Director, Gayatri Teikendil, and Stephen Massey, our Director of Technology Services, in taking the deep dive necessary to really examine and assess where this would come from. Both Gayatri and Stephen are also participants in this meeting. So if there are specific questions that you have about the budget as we go through this after my brief comments, they're available as well. So just please know that we've got some subject matter experts on hand should that be helpful to you today. But in short, as detailed in our revised budget submission, in the face of a requirement to absorb 10% cuts in FY21 and 15% in the following year, the commission would be required to prioritize only its most essential select mandates and to pause or forego work on all other mandates as resources would be eliminated. I know this is the same for departments throughout the city, and so it is hard to say that we are different. We are not, right? We're public servants and we have work that needs to be done. And we're also public servants that are here in the midst of an unbelievably unprecedented pandemic. So going forward programmatically, we had to take a close look at what this would mean. And in essence, there are I would 4 areas that I think programmatically will have to remain, in our judgment, at the top of our list to sustain in whatever way we can with whatever resources we have. First, sustaining our voter enacted public campaign financing program. In our view, based on what we know the experience to be, we know what the experience of that program brings in other jurisdictions in terms of diversity of voices, in terms of candidates, in terms of engaging the public in campaigns. That's critical to ensure that we have that program for candidates so that then they come to office, they're tethered only to the public interest in terms of the money that they raise in connection with their campaign. It engages diverse voices, it enhances voter engagement. We need to continue to serve that program. And I think our most recent numbers that show a very large percentage of candidates running in November being interested in this program says that there is an appeal to this program for people who want to run for office and be a part of city government. Secondly, ensuring that we have meaningful access to public information to promote understanding of campaign activities, of lobbying activities, the pressures that are being brought to bear, particularly at this time when there is so much need to have resources and partnerships available to provide the kind of services that we need. It's really important to make sure that we're understanding the kinds of influences that may come to be brought to bear on governmental decision making. So ensuring the public has information about that range of activities and the financial interests of those of us who are making decisions on behalf of the public. That also needs to be sustained. Toward that end, I mentioned in my executive director's report, prioritizing the immediate conversion of all remaining programs and services into a digital environment is essential. We know that we're going to be, for the foreseeable future, we need to plan to be remote for 12 months. That is what the city has advised and directed, that we need to be able to plan for that. We need to be able to plan to make sure that people can continue to access our services digitally through phone calls to reach live people, but that needs to enable that we have a conversion of all remaining programs into a digital environment. And then the fourth area is it touches on the things that we've been talking about this morning with the reports that you've heard so far. Work initiated by the commission internally, that the commission itself has initiated in fiscal year 20 to improve its core oversight, its accountability programs through more robust compliance reviews, more effective audits, more impactful enforcement. That has to continue. Those efforts need to continue to be the focus of our work so that it is embedded in how we do our work and that we continue to see ongoing improvements in the work that we're doing for the public. So in the letter that we communicated to the mayor's office as well, we did describe the impact of being faced with absorbing the targeted level of cuts. There are a number of impacts that we wanted to just highlight. They are detailed in the communication that we provided, but just to go over them briefly, the ongoing Form 700 e-filing for all project will need to be halted. We've identified, we know that there is not sufficient staffing resources and other necessary support to make sure that the 3,600 designated departmental Form 700 filers can move into an online filing environment by January 1st of 2021. You'll recall that the commission just this past year adopted a regulation that requires filers to file electronically beginning on that date on a format provided by the Ethics Commission, an electronic format provided by the Ethics Commission. That electronic format is on pause. It is not going to be able to be delivered on that date. So that's something that we are, we know a number of projects are being paused around the city, but again, the interests and the ability of people to file, particularly in this kind of a climate, remote working, it's essential that we provide those tools so that we can have the level of compliance that's necessary and also the level of disclosure and transparency that's necessary. We also know that another impact is with a continued vacancy in our policy shop of 2, that we will have resources that we have now. Only 50% of our existing policy staffing will continue to exist because the resources for that second position will be defunded and will not be able to be filled. So that in turn compromises the Commission's independent policymaking role in our ability to shape ethics, lobbying, and other campaign laws under our jurisdiction. That will be undermined because we won't be able to timely and thoroughly conduct the kind of legislative reviews that Commissioner Ambrose was talking about, Commissioner Chu has led in the past. Others have known that we need to regularly look at our laws and make sure that they are strong and effective and enforceable. This is going to be a hit to that ability. So it will be limiting our effectiveness in that arena. Also, our effectiveness in independently and objectively investigating through our administrative enforcement authority is also something that will be undermined. And that is also because one of the 4 existing investigative positions that we have gained over the past several years, an 1822 investigator, will be defunded and will not be filled. And that also has a spillover to impacting the ongoing changes and process improvements that the Commission and the staff have been identifying over the past year to put in place improved measures to prioritize and get through our cases so that the most important and serious of cases get our foremost attention, and that we have ways to handle things that do not require as resource intense effort to resolve them as other cases. So the scope and the pace of case resolutions investigated by the Commission will also continue to be impacted. The other area that's impacted is in our oversight, our general compliance oversight role. We heard Mr. De La Rosa speak to some of these issues in his presentation, but to ensure that we have regular and robust audits, that we have regular and robust compliance reviews of campaigns, lobbying activities, other financial interest disclosures that help people know there is an eye on these forms, not just to see if there might be an individual error or misfiling or problem, but to see if there are patterns that are emerging that tell us we need to loop back to our engagement and compliance and outreach efforts and inform those efforts by what we're seeing. Or if there are patterns of non-compliance, that we handle them through an administrative enforcement role that we also have. Our lead supervisory role in the audit division that would do all of this post-compliance work and drive all of this post-compliance work will be defunded. And there will not be day-to-day direction and management able to be provided to the continued development of our audit improvements and to the need that we have to establish and really deliver the kind of compliance reviews that we know are necessary. And then lastly, the part of the conversation in the last discussion, again, with the Controller's Office, was looking at the question of tone at the top. And one of the things that we were aggressively identifying in our budget submission earlier this year, which also under these circumstances would be defunded and not be able to move forward with any staffing resources to it, was a new program that we had hoped to launch called Ethics at Work. And under the circumstances with the pandemic and the great needs that the city has, there is a pivotal opportunity that we may be not able to take advantage of because of those extraordinary demands that are being placed on the city. But Ethics at Work is an idea to put in place the kind of training and outreach and regularize the kind of support that leaders at all levels of city government can benefit from. And I think we've seen that through the initiation of the MEA sessions, the Municipal Executives Association and Cities Agreement, that at least 1 or 2 live sessions a year is necessary to help remind people of the laws that they're subject to so that they can comply. But it's beyond that. It's not just a one-off training. It's something that we had envisioned to make sure that we could support leaders at all levels. Orientation training, 24 plus supervisor training, leadership training for emerging leaders throughout city departments. There is, I think, a need to be able to do more of that. I think the Controller's report addressed that. I think Commissioner's comments have addressed that. That is something that we will not be in a position to take that opportunity to move forward with. I guess I would just add here one comment related to this that as we think about the kind of work that the Ethics Commission needs to be resourced to do, it is not solely and singularly about passing new laws. We need strong laws. We need the will and the resources to make those laws effective in practice. You all know that and have spent much of your time over these past years really focused on that. And the question of the controller's report and our work every day really grapples with, what does accountability look like? It's about ensuring we have good laws and strong disclosure regime frameworks. It's about compliance reviews. It is also most certainly about publicly acknowledging when violations of the law have occurred and making San Franciscans whole through fines and penalties when a body of independent adjudicators has found that there is a violation of the law and that somebody needs to be held accountable. But it is also critically about reaching out to support cultures of integrity through city government. And that is something that this commission has never been resourced to do. So I think when we think about how we are going to prioritize our work if we're faced with 10 to 15% cuts, that is going to be extraordinarily challenging to be able to make sure that we are ensuring the city's ethics programs are firing on all pistons to the extent they can, or we're going to have to realize that some of those pistons are just going to stop. I do want to say I'm ever an optimist, and I do remain optimistic at this point. I think there are hopeful signs. The controller's report has provided such valuable information and insight that I think will help shape how we approach what we have to do with the resources that we have at the end of the day for FY21. In its presentation to the Board of Supervisors last week, at the Government Audits and Oversight Committee, there appeared to be interest on the part of committee members to also look at how we ensure that the work that they would like to see us do can actually be done in practice. So we look forward to engaging with the board going forward to help answer those questions. And the mayor, after the controller's report was released, also was very, very clear in the commitment of her office to take immediate action wherever possible to really move forward and implement the recommendations and reforms recommended by the city attorney and controller, that we need to, whether it's passing laws or identify other areas that erode the public trust, that this was something that she was very committed to seeing through. So I think that is a very hopeful sign. I think all of us know that our work can't and doesn't stop in the midst of budget certainty. And we will keep working with everybody as we can across the city to try and leverage all the resources we have. Again, as I said, whatever we are left with at the end of the day. There are a couple of next steps that I would highlight. We are still in ongoing discussions with the mayor's office. There was some indication that there may be more cuts in the offing because this year's budget was premised on certain expectations or assumptions about COVID spending. Whether that's increasing in a way that is going to have to cause another revisiting of what the cuts look like, I don't know. But I don't think, I think the one thing we know is to expect the unexpected. And so that could be another challenging piece, but that is still fluid in terms of what we understand the mayor's office will be recommending going forward. And also, again, working with the controller's office to understand as they find more information about the ways where we need to build in that analysis and those findings into our work. That is something that clearly we will want to do very closely and working with the commission to hear your concerns and your questions about what is most essential to prioritize, and of course, public input about what is most essential for the commission to prioritize in the coming year. I guess I would just close, there are more detailed information about the budget requests that I'm happy, or Stephen and Gayatri, happy to have them jump in as well with. But I think it's one of the things that has been the most challenging in leading the department operationally over the last 5 months is the recognition about how much we do not control, and knowing that the work that we all have to do is taking an extraordinary amount of balance between people's lives and childcare and day-to-day work. And so I have been struck and heartened by the flexibility that the staff has shown and our colleagues around the city have shown in trying to solve these kinds of difficult problems. It is humanly, there's a human element to this that is taking a lot of focus to make sure we're managing as best we can within this kind of environment. And so I think that the work that we're bringing to, again, with whatever resources we end up with at the end of the day, you will see your staff continue to be focused and delivering everything we can, working as collaboratively and creatively as we can. And I do appreciate the patience and compassion, as I said before, and kindness that we all have to show to each other in a time where there are some extraordinarily difficult challenges and decisions to be made about how we achieve everything that we are set up to do. And please know that on behalf of all of us on the staff, we will continue to do our part. I'm going to pause there, and I'm happy to answer any questions if you have specific questions about the specific items, funding, priorities, or any other detailed questions. I'm happy to defer to Gayatri and Stephen as well. So I'll pause there for now. Thank you, Chair Ambrose.
Thank you, Director Pelham. It's a very challenging circumstance that we move forward, both with the obviously heightened need for work on the part of the Ethics Commission in the face of the most extraordinary budget shortfall that I think the city and county of San Francisco has ever had to grapple with. So I do appreciate your highlighting both the priorities that you're recommending, that you direct your staff to stay focused on, and highlighting for the mayor and the board those important functions that would not be able to be adequately addressed should the cuts that are being requested as part of the department's proposed budget back to the mayor's office. Because I think unless the mayor and the board fully understand what are the consequences, they're not able to best perform their functions in balancing those against the needs of the health department or so forth. So thank you for the good work of the staff on this. I am obviously concerned. I mean, the Ethics Commission, I recognize as a general fund department that you are, more of a beggar than the, enterprise departments in the city budget process, and that you have many other general fund departments who have important public functions to perform. But frankly, your budget is minuscule compared to many others, and for that reason, any 10 to 15% cuts quite deeply. There was no fluff really to begin with, as far as I could tell, in your staff, and so we wish you, whatever good fortune in going forward in the negotiations with the mayor's office and the board, and we are available to help in any way we can to ensure that those few positions that you had existing certainly are retained, and that we're able to take on some of the important functions that you had identified when we were back in the optimistic early part of 2020, before the pandemic. So with that, I see the hand of Commissioner Chu. I'm going to ask you to turn on your mic, Commissioner, and pose your question.
Yes, thank you, Chair Ambrose. And thank you, Director Pelham, for that report. It is very sobering. But I did want to make a couple of comments. One is that, yes, I believe that the Ethics Commission is like every other city department, and that we
Commissioner Chu, I don't know if it's just me, but you really need to lean into that little microphone that you have. I'm
sorry.
I'm not. There we go. That's better.
Okay.
Thank you. Sorry.
Thank you, Chair Ambrose and Director Pelham for the presentation. And I wanted to make two observations. One is that, yes, the Ethics Commission is like every other city department, and that we will need to tighten our belts in this unprecedented time of COVID and the enormous budget shortfalls that the city is experiencing. But I also think that circumstances make us different, very different, because there has been a fire discovered in the Department of Public Works of corruption that is unprecedented, certainly in my memory of living in this city. And that if the funding is cut to the Ethics Commission so that we will not be able to hire a second policy person to undertake the legal and regulatory review that is recommended by the Controller's Department to close the loopholes that allow for perversion and corruption in gift giving, that if the tone at the top is allowed to continue because we don't have the funds to be able to do ethics at work and to start to do the work to create a culture of compliance. And if the open positions in our audit and enforcement divisions are left unfilled, enhanced auditing and enforcement will not be possible. I think what this does is it sends a message to the rest of the city government, to workers, to residents, to contractors, that the corruption that was uncovered by the FBI, by the U.S. Attorney's Office, and the city attorney in their investigations, that it is okay. And not only that it's okay, it is encouraged, because nothing will be done to address it. So I would like to ask my fellow commissioners whether, in addition to following along as requested, in terms of the budget request in pairing a 10% and a 15% reduction.
Commissioner, at this very critical time, your microphone moved away from your mouth, and I can't hear what you're saying, and I very much want to.
I'll have to invest in another another headset. Whether it would be advisable and worthwhile to send a letter or to the Board of Supervisors and to the mayor, as well as to the I don't know, an op-ed in a newspaper piece, to really highlight what is at stake in terms of funding and not receiving funding for the proposals, and I think that they are very modest proposals. And in our February meeting, I remember asking you, Director Pelham, is that enough, right? Is this enough, the $1.4 million that have been earmarked for creating the training and the outreach and the education that we think will be helpful and necessary to creating that culture and changing the tone at the top? Because in the absence of a counter narrative, I think it's all too easy to say, well, it's the city's facing this enormous budget shortfall, and I'm in no way undercutting or dismissing the magnitude of the financial crisis that San Francisco and the state and municipalities and counties and governments across the country are facing right now. But I also think that our mandate is to focus on creating transparency, accountability, and enforcement of clean government. And there is a problem with clean government right now in San Francisco, and that to have this fire raging and to turn off the water supply to the agency that is best positioned to address it, I think is the wrong thing to do. And that I think we need to communicate that. I feel very strongly about this, but I think we need to communicate that to the budget decision makers so that they can make an informed decision when it comes time to allocate funds. Chair Ambrose, you're on mute.
Oh, sorry. Thank you. Thank you for your comments. I do see that Commissioner Bush and Commissioner Lee want to speak. I do want to, though, just briefly, I agree with you entirely that the circumstances highlight the necessity of funding the Ethics Commission in a way that will allow us to not only better perform all of the many tasks that we have had previously, plus have taken on in the past 2 years with the new programs. But addressing the corruption scandal and to use our much quoted governor, to meet the moment. And best how to do that is really the only thing I think that we can talk about from here, because I'm pretty sure everybody agrees to that. I would not be inclined to go with an op-ed, because I think that it's not the public, that we need to persuade of the necessity for the city to investigate and address the fire, as you put it. But I do think that it's appropriate for the commission to send a communication to the Board of Supervisors and underscore the importance with which we hold the objectives of the staff in the identifying, with some specificity as Director Pelham has, what we need in order to do certain specific things. And frankly, I watched the government audit committee when the controller's report was presented to that board committee, and they specifically addressed the recommendation for Form 700 filing and the budget related to that, although they did also insist that the Ethics Commission show how we've been utilizing our resources to date in that regard. And I'm sure we'll be prepared to speak to that when our hearing comes up at the board. So going forward, I would, we don't obviously have a letter drafted for everyone's consideration. We're not going to meet until August 14th again, which is going to be 2 days after the board hearing on the commission budget, if I understand that correctly. Is that right, Director Pelham?
The commission's meeting, I believe, is the 17th, and we are currently scheduled to be before the board in the budget hearings on the 12th.
Aren't we on the 14th? Isn't our next meeting on the 14th?
Oh, I would have to check the schedule. You may be right.
It is. Yeah. It's the second Friday. It's the 14th. Okay. So we're not in a position right now to adopt a specific letter. What we can do is we can certainly individually write to the board if we choose to express, in our role as individual commissioners, to express our support for funding the commission at a minimum at the level that there were before, and specifically to the points that you made, getting the additional funding to address the culture, the tone at the top, the training. I mean, I know from my prior experience as general counsel for the commissions that there is absolutely a hunger on the part of department staff to get guidance, to understand contracting protocols, to understand the gift rules and other provisions of the government code, the sunshine ordinance, et cetera. But there's limited capacity in doing that. And so to the extent that you were working on this Ethics at Work program, while we might not be able to do all of the aspects of it with respect to targeting, leadership teams, et cetera, just the bare minimum of explaining to the very deep bench we have of ethical city workers how to comply with the rules as they now exist, and to help us identify things that we might do to clarify. I'd be prepared to do that individually, to communicate to the board. And so because we can't take action on something that we could represent was the commission's text, and while we don't ordinarily recommend that individual members of the commission, go forth and speak out independently on issues, in reference to commission business, I think this might be one instance where, under the circumstances, if you wanted to, having, a communication to, and I'm assuming it would be the chair of the finance committee is who we would address our desires to. I'm going to leave it at that and go to the other commissioners who have their hands up now and ask them for their questions, comments, and thoughts. And then we are going to take, public comment on this. I'm going to go to the commissioners first. Then we will take public comment. Then I'm going to go back to the commission for any final questions or comments following public comment. All right. So I'm going to recognize Commissioner Bush. You need to unmute your
Chair
mic.
Ambrose, I believe Andrew Shen, our city attorney, has also raised his hand.
All right. Well, we'll let we'll let City Attorney Shen advise us about whatever he wanted to speak to. Thank you. Go ahead.
Hi, good afternoon. This is Andrew Shen calling in.
Thank you.
So just very briefly, and I don't mean to jump ahead of the commissioners by any means, but I just did want to put another option out on the table, given the possibility of what the commission may do here.
All
so
right, thank you.
We have delegated to individual commissioners working with Director Pelham to work on letters or other communications in the interest of time. So that's another thing you can consider instead of having individual commissioners sending individual letters.
Okay, thank you. I didn't realize that that was a protocol that this commission has followed in the past, and I am certainly amenable to that if that ends up being the wishes of the commissioners. We can entertain a motion to that effect after we've had heard from the commissioners and the public. Thanks, Andrew. And Executive Director, if you wanted to speak to that.
Just a very brief add-on. I think in the past there have been communications occasionally from the commission chair sort of speaking on behalf of the body. So that could be something that the chair takes on, or if the chair wants to delegate, those are options as well. But I appreciate City Attorney Shen's additional comment on that front. So thank you.
Okay, all right, yes. And if that is the preference, I'm happy to be, let's just say the scribe to, without action on the final document, I'd be happy to take the thoughts and points from individual commissioners and work them into a communication that would reflect those views, as long as that's, our city attorney says that's consistent with commission practice. I'd be happy to do that if that ends up being the desired. Also, if anyone else has their pen in hand and they're already drafting those points, I'm certainly going to go back and take note of Commissioner Chu's very well spoken admonition that this is not the time to defund the Ethics Commission. So I appreciate that. And now I'm going to go back to Commissioner Bush, who's been very patient. And you can go ahead now and give your commentary. Thank you.
You won't get to praise me for my patience too often, I'll tell you that. Thank you, Chair Ambrose and Executive Director Pelham, and I want to associate myself with Commissioner Chu's remarks as well. I think that there are a couple of points that need to be underscored as we go forward. One is how much the city has lost because of corruption and because of poor management, which is far in excess of what the annual budget for ethics itself is. You have only to go to the U.S. Attorney's Office to see, both for them and for City Attorney Herrera's suit to try and recover misspent money, how much it has cost us not to have a stronger system for oversight and monitoring and accountability. It is certainly into the tens of millions of dollars. So that is the first thing, is how you're going to weigh the cost of the ethics budget should be weighed against what has already gone out the door because of the Ethics Commission being unable to do all the things that it should have been able to do. And those things that it should have been able to do were pretty well outlined in Director Pelham's budget submissions for the last 4 years, where she enumerated things that the commission would be unable to do. Now, having said that, there are things that did not make the list, but which would be set aside, but we do not know a figure of what the dollars and cents are for those things. For example, we are required, as are all city departments, to do an annual report. What would it cost to do an annual report? I've never seen a figure on it, but for 5 years, we have not done an annual report for the Ethics Commission. We are charged by law to do at least one audit of a lobby every year. We have not done that for 5 years. What is the cost of doing an audit? We've just been told that we can't move forward on a robust filing of Form 700s. What would it cost to do that? We just know that it costs too much, but what is it specifically, the dollars and cents? Because if we can tell that to the board and to the mayor, they are in a better position to decide that, yeah, you're right, we can't afford that, or yeah, maybe we can afford that if we do something else. Because I know that when I was working in the mayor's office many, many years ago, there were certain budgets that the mayor was not in a position to affect. For example, the budget for the courts. And so that would go over to the board, and the board would then make cuts out of that and transfer some of those funds to other city departments and agencies as they saw fit. And that was negotiated back between the courts and the Board of Supervisors. There's no reason to think that the Ethics Commission has to absorb all these costs without explaining what the costs would be. We know, for example, that it was a number of years ago that the Ethics Commission voted to transfer slate mailers from the Elections Department to Ethics. But we have yet to see what it would cost to do that, other than to be told that it's not something that we can afford right now. It's a simple transfer, the difference being if it's a slate mailer, they have a different reporting schedule and different disclosures than if it's at Ethics. We know that we haven't really seen a tickler system established on referrals, because when you have a complaint that's going forward and it has to go to the city attorney and the district attorney, we don't see a list of what was sent over there and when was it due back. We don't have a list of commissioners who failed to file their Form 700s and are therefore disqualified from voting as commissioners. We're told that there are a number of them. It looks like a quick glance, be about 20 city officials who are disqualified from exercising their offices. But who are they? For full transparency, we ought to be able to list these people and say who they are. We also ought to have a same system of press releases on disclosures of complaint resolutions, just as the FPPC does. To some extent, these things can be contracted out. It may be that we don't have the money in our own budget, but that the board or someone would add additional money, and the FPPC does have the authority to undertake these same duties on behalf of local governments and local laws. There are a number of things that I think we need to address that are looking at the return on the investment. We do enforcement, but often they are enforcement actions that result in a penalty of $1,000 or $2,000, or sometimes $500 or sometimes $200. Meanwhile, you have this other corruption going on in other city departments that is out of sight. And here we are spending our resources tracking down something that's going to result in a $1,000 fine. So the question is, what is the return on the investment that we're making in how we decide what are the enforcement priorities that we're going to take up. So I think that those are all issues that need to be taken outside of the hothouse of our own commission discussions, but shown as well to the mayor, to the board, and to some extent, fully disclosed to the public. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Bush, for those very specific comments. And now I'm going, I guess I see City Attorney Shen, are you raising your hand again, or you had just not taken your hand down from before?
Sorry, I will take my hand down. So okay, my apologies.
No worries. We're all learning the ropes here about hand raising, and that brings me to Commissioner Lee. If you could unmute your mic, and you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair Ambrose. I think the director has presented a pretty realistic picture. Seems like the city's revenue pot is not going to increase anytime soon. In fact, it's going to continue to subtract. So I know that we've been discussing ways to find additional revenue sources. One of them was, let's explore whether some of the permit fees, some of the different parts that has direct connection to what we do, and see if there are ways that through legislation or through other means that we can tap into those sources. So I do agree that we should send a letter, maybe through a motion later on today. But in addition to stating why the commission's budget cannot be reduced because the work that we're doing is more critical than ever, maybe we can add the suggestion that, hey, you know, we're in it together, but we're also looking for ways to really support this work on a long-term basis, maybe asking ways to look at the permit fees, look at the other filing fees that could be set aside to fund some of our work. Because I know that it's been done before.
All right, I am seeing that Commissioner Bush is raising his hand to make a comment, and so I'm going to recognize you now. Go ahead, Commissioner Bush, you can take the floor.
Thank you. I just want to underscore what Commissioner Lee is saying. If you take a look at the revenues that are anticipated against what was actually being collected, it shows that this year we're about $90,000 ahead in collections. And that should be enough to pay for something. I know that fines and penalties go to the general fund and not back to ethics. But on the other hand, it's a case that you could make to the board. We're bringing in $90,000 more than we had anticipated in our budget. I think that goes to the point that Commissioner Lee is raising, which is to what extent can our work result in an increase? And I'll just say again, to some extent, our work needs to result in a reduction in costs that are being paid for bad behavior. Thank you.
I think I'm live. I want to second that. I think Commissioner Bush, you had also raised in one context the possibility of grant funding, but that's a little less certain and would take some staff work even to start to identify outside sources of funds and apply and contract for the receipt and appropriation of those. But I do think it's something we need to keep in mind. I'm also thinking if the controller's still on the line, I'm sure they'll jump in and tell us why that money is all fully accounted for. But I know that the controller's office gets a percentage of all capital funds for purposes of auditing contracts. And if it's at least worth having a conversation with them about whether or not some of that money might be available to support staff, for example, on the Form 700 e-filings, so that there's a readily available electronic digitalized database that one could measure against the contracting entities and the enforcement of the gift rules. So, but just by way of example, I think in writing to the board about the budget, we can reference that, but I do think that we would be seeking for outside funding. But part of that is going to be that we need to retain the staff that we have, that we need to fill the positions that were otherwise would be forced to keep vacant in light of the cuts that are being imposed on city departments, in order to pursue those funding opportunities and policy objectives. Amending the law in terms of creating set-asides from permit fees is a legislative engagement, which we would have to add to Mr. Ford's already, significant duties if we're not going to be able to add to the policy and legislative stuff. So anyway, I hear all that though, and I'm happy to reference it. I just want to make sure that we agree that we also need staff to help to identify outside sources. Not just that we will do it, but that we need support in our commitment to pursue that. All right, and I see no further hands. I would like, I do see a hand. That would be, nope, you just shook your hand down, Director Pelham. So I want to go to public comment. I hope people are not too frustrated. I can't actually, I haven't figured out how to see how many people are on the line. So I will work on remedying that, because I don't want to leave people on the line too long while we talk among ourselves. I want to give them a chance to jump in there. So Moderator Flores, can you let us know if there is public comment?
Thank you, Madam Chair. There are currently 4 callers in queue for public comment for this agenda item.
All right, can you please provide them with the mic?
Very well. Caller?
Yes, thank you so
Welcome.
much, Commissioners. Good afternoon again. This is Ali Al-Taha, and I'd like to comment on Commissioner Bush regarding the cost of corruption in contracting. I would say I'm an expert in how much it costs, what is the cost of corruption, and I'm going to give you examples that you can actually verify. At a bare minimum, the cost of corruption in public work and public contracting is about 40%.
I don't know where this food is, Greg.
I'm sorry, Commissioner, my name is Ali Al-Taha. May I proceed?
Please continue.
Okay, thank you. So the cost is roughly about 40%. And there are 2 areas, and I can tell you right now that the controller office will not be able to pick up. Number 1 is when you issue a bidding contract, and for example, a PUC, and this is a true story that I have experienced myself, bidding on a job, that the contract requirements required a specific type of equipment from a specific manufacturer, which is normal. They're used to it, they're fine with it, I'm okay with that. But here's where the corruption came in. The local vendor for that equipment in the Bay Area was selling that equipment roughly about 60% higher than the same manufacturer rep in Los Angeles. So when I called Los Angeles, they would sell it to me for $1 million. in San Francisco, they will sell me exactly the same equipment by the same manufacturer, roughly about $1.5 million. So that money is coming out from the public money, from the public budget for this. So that's a huge area of corruption. The second one I want to bring up to your attention, and I'm going to go back to Azul case, and specifically the SFMTA or MUNI, the BRT project on Venice. So part of the original bid documents that came in and were accepted is a bid for roughly about $19 million for a company, a local contractor by the name of Synergy. Now, Nuru and the gang came up and they decided, including the mayor, unfortunately, they decided to go after Synergy for a lot of reasons. But eventually they ended up with taking Synergy out. I'm sorry, give me 20 more seconds. They took Synergy out and they awarded the contract to Azul. Now, Synergy's contract was roughly about $19 million to do some of the utility relocation. Azul's contract was $30 million. That's way above and beyond 40%, just to give you an example, Commissioner. So these things, again, I'm going to stress again, unless you bring in an insiders who know how the game is being played, it would be impossible to unearth, it would be impossible to take action. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, caller. Hello, caller. Welcome to the meeting.
Hi. So some of the commissioners mentioned writing to the Board of Supervisors, and I feel like, there's a problem with transparency in San Francisco government. And so if the commissioners do choose to write to the Board of Supervisors, I think that would be important that these letters be open letters so that the public knows, what is being communicated. I don't feel comfortable with how a lot of these dealings are sort of done behind like closed doors, and I don't feel informed about what's going on in the government. So I would highly encourage that the process be as transparent as possible. And so that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, caller. Welcome, caller.
So, commissioners, at one time we had a director, St. Clair, and then we got rid of him. And now we have this director who's doing everything possible. And there was another director or assistant director who left us, who did a lot of good work to put the Ethics Commission on track. And now we hear the word defund. And you commissioners do not have the guts to come up with a plan so that the president of the board and the mayor knows exactly what is happening. Millions of dollars are wasted by the SFPUC, millions of dollars. And there are crooks all over the place. Why would, for example, the city administrator and the manager of the SFPUC have a special contract where they make $400,000 a year, and the Ethics Commission says nothing? Why doesn't the Ethics Commission create laws, ordinances, change the amendments to the charter so that we can keep this mafia operation checked? We have a mafia operation in the city and county of San Francisco. It's not a joke. And all these whistleblowers who go to the controller, they can go anywhere. None of them are compensated. Do you think people are stupid to waste their own money to do their own research, investigative reporting, and not be compensated? Why doesn't the Ethics Commission say to the whistleblowers. If you save our city so many millions of dollars, you will be given so much. Why not? What incentive is there? We have the contract monitoring division, but we don't have a commission. Have you looked into that? So we created the Ethics Commission. We fought for the Sunshine Task Force, but we have the mafia now defunding us. Think about it.
Thank you, caller. Moving on to the next caller. Welcome, caller.
Thank you, Commissioners. Mark Solomon once more. With respect to across-the-board budget cuts, the Willie Brown Barbara Kaufman Strong Mayor Charter of '96 was engineered to neutralize ethics at the whim of the city family. The 2005 charter amendment to give ethics a dedicated independent funding stream was successfully fought by the city family. Largely this was because the political clubs recoiled at empowering ethics to shin-kick the small committees while ignoring the big fish of the regulated community. The city attorney refused to certify charter language for an independent counsel for ethics in this measure to form as well. Charlie Marsteller refers to ethics and elections as process departments, which are small and essential enough to be made immune from budget pressure. Given the decades-long record of the city family exerting political control over ethics, the behested payments debacle from the Anti-Corruption Act that led to commissioner resignations is the most recent egregious example. We know them by their actions. We know who they are by their actions. The commission should consider petitioning the U.S. attorney to investigate the city family for trying to asphyxiate ethics just at the precise moment where ethics is the most needed and where the city's family's impunity is at risk. Undaunted by allegations of corruption, indictments, and guilty pleas swirling around City Hall contracting, the city family is plugging along with another enormous bond for this November, much of it which will go to DPW. The ethics budget is not an expense. It is an investment that pays dividends in cost savings and honest government and contracting. Thank you very much.
Sorry about that. Thank you, caller. I just want to reiterate, if you are a member of the public who is joining our meeting via the WebEx application or by the WebEx browser extension, if you wish to raise your hand for this public comment and other public comments, you may do so by clicking on the raise hand icon, which is located in the participants panel on the lower right corner. To access that panel, you can click on the navigation bar located in the video screen by clicking on the participants icon. Chair Ambrose, I do not see any additional callers concerning public comment for this agenda item.
All right, I'm going to close public comment then on this matter and hand it back to my fellow commissioners if somebody has further comments. Actually, first I do want to say in response to the public comment with respect to the first speaker who had many specific substantive points of information concerning city contracting. I do hope that the whistleblower and the contact hotline number for the controller's office is available to that individual so that information can be presented to the controller's office, who is actively investigating contracting practices in the city. I want to make sure that those points get to the folks who are looking at those specific contracts. Second, with respect to the second caller, if we decide here today to send a letter to the board, we will make sure that that letter gets posted on the SF Ethics Commission website. And once it gets to the board, it should be public as part of the board's records. I mean, I've been able to navigate the board's website to find letters to the board. But just to be clear, we will post it on our own website, so you'll be able to find it. And I'm trying to think of if Director Pelham, if you know where that might best be found, you can let us know if we decide to send a letter. And then, yeah, and Mr. DaCosta, it's good to hear that you're still an active participant. I'm well familiar with your long history of engagement with the city. So with that, I'm going to recognize Commissioner Lee, whose hand is up, if she intends it to be up. And Commissioner, is that Commissioner Lee? Are you ready? Okay. I'm gonna.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to make a motion to have the board send a letter, not the board, the commission send a letter to be signed by by you, Chair, stating all the fine points that Commissioner Chu has made, and also in addition to add the recommendation that the board consider designating certain parts of money, specifically the permit fees and other areas that had direct connection to the work of the Ethics Commission.
Chair Ambrose, I think you're on mute.
I'm going to unmute myself, and then I'm going to recognize Commissioner Chu. So if you want to speak, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair Ambrose. I would like to second Commissioner Lee's motion, but would like to amend it by requesting that Commissioner Bush's suggestion that we highlight the amount of the cost to San Francisco of corruption in the millions of dollars, and compare that to the budget request that the commission is making to really make the contrast clear, that an ounce of prevention is worth pounds and pounds of cure.
Okay, and now I'm going to recognize Commissioner Bush, if you want to unmute your mic.
Larry, you're still on mute.
Commissioner Bush, you are still muted.
Am I unmuted now?
You are.
I'll get it right one of these days. I just think that we need to also visit the question of whether, under what circumstances, we can solicit outside contributions to accomplish our work. I looked at the First Amendment Coalition, which just completed major work, and their work was supported by groups like the California Press Foundation, the Craig Newmark Philanthropies, the Hearst Foundation, First Look Media. There are options that are out there, but we need to make sure that in soliciting outside contributions, we don't do anything that would be inimical to the ethics work. So I don't know if there should be written guidelines or a sign off saying, I would like to reach out to these following groups, and do I have permission to do that? Maybe Andrew Shen has some thoughts on how to proceed on something like that. And also, if in terms of sending a letter to the board and so forth, if you could circulate that among a number of us to take a look at before it goes, that'd be great.
Okay, I'm going to Andrew, I'm going to ask you to hold. We'll take up the issue about outside funding sources. I mean, one of the things that while we're finishing with the motion on the letter, Andrew, you can think about is the city rules about, you know, acceptance of grants and gifts and the need for appropriation, you know, of those funds to conduct city business so that everybody understands how the city works in terms of, you know, the intake of a nonprofit or gift funding. So, but back to the motion on the letter, this is one of the things I guess I was struggling with. If we can't, only two commissioners can communicate outside of the meeting without it end up being a seriatim meeting. And so I don't want to, since we don't have time to meet again for everyone to comment on the letter, I want to be really clear in the motion and the delegation. If you, Commissioner Bush, want to review and comment on the letter, the two of us can go back and forth in that regard and work with the executive director, but we won't be able to share it with all 5 commissioners and be commenting back and forth without violating the Brown Act. So I want to make sure that in the motion, I'm happy to post, I mean, the letter to, I mean, I'm just I've not done this before with the commission where if there's a delegation to draft a communication, then, and I do understand about making the points that Commissioner Chu made, which fortunately are on SFG TV, so I can go back and replicate those. With respect to the permit fees, Commissioner Lee, I do have a question because we can have through legislation the board can take whatever permit fees the Ethics Commission recoups and put them in a special fund and have them deemed appropriated for the Ethics Commission. But that $90,000 or whatever amount it was isn't going to, I mean, if they just substitute in that money that would otherwise go into the general fund for money that we're getting from some other source of general fund revenue, it doesn't, there's no net benefit to the Ethics Commission. What we really want, and I think we ought to maybe focus on for purposes of the letter, is say that at this critical time, we need to have the Ethics Commission fully funded and be allowed to take on the requirements, literally the requirements that we've had and not been able to achieve because of the levels of funding in the past, as well as this new initiative to address, you know, culture and tone at the top, and just stay focused on that, because we can work ourselves to come back at a separate time to say that we want special funds created for our permit fees, unless I'm missing something and there's a lot more money to be found in those, in that source. I'm just afraid, you know, they're capable of just saying, okay, you can have all your permit fees and that's where you're supposed to get your additional funding, and that won't do it for us. That's not going to solve our problem, right?
Can I say something?
Yeah, I was going to recognize Director Pelham if she has any thoughts about how much money we're talking about in that realm. I certainly want to give Commissioner Lee a chance to explain, educate me further about what we might be able to do in that realm. So if you don't mind, Commissioner Bush, I'm going to go to either Director Pelham or Commissioner Lee specifically about the permit fees.
If I might just briefly comment, I think the $90,000 it does not provide sufficient coverage for a single staff person in the city. So when I'm thinking about how our office and how our commission would have the resources to think about creative funding sources and to do the research and legwork necessary to think about things like where might there be other fee sources that could fund operations. In essence, I think the commission is looking back at the original proposal the commission submitted on February 21st. We talked about ethics at work down at the top. We talked about having this level of resources that actually can do the financial critical budget work that's necessary that we currently do not have in-house. So, I think when we can look to those levels of funding to get that specificity for a letter to the board. I think we have those examples. And if that isn't sufficient, we can work with you to try and identify more specificity. But we're certainly looking at a minimum at what we requested in February, in my judgment.
Mm-hmm. And I guess, one of the things, just in acknowledging the point that Commissioner Lee is making, if we had the additional enforcement capability, it's conceivable that our permit fee, source might become a more significant source. I definitely think it's something that we can reference to the board, the importance of everyone in government right now to be both identifying ways in which we can be as efficient as possible and in ways in which we can identify sources of funds that will make up for the lack of tax revenue that we all know that is impacting the general fund right now. So you're raising your hand again, Director Pelham. You're muted. There we go.
Thank you. Just one additional thought. I do understand from staff who were here back in days before I was, that there had been times where the city, other city departments actually provided funding for the Ethics Commission to hire training staff. We can do some further research on that and see if those might be models that we should be suggesting as well. Obviously, all departments need to feel that they need to hold on to their resources, but there could be places where there might be some partnerships available for a defined period of times, and rearranging some of the positions. So we might want to address that as well.
To work order money to ethics to undertake department training. Yeah, I definitely think we can add that to the list of grant funding and permit source funding, and probably it would actually, I know that in some of the hearings on the corruption at Public Works, that was one of the first sort of corrective measures that was identified, was to bring in the contracting staff there and start working on their education about protocols and gift giving. So there may be an appetite for that among department heads while they're putting their budgets together. Assuming, and this is an important point, there's a very good chance, I guess, at least in my mind, that the board is going to be receptive to this, and the mayor. I want to make sure that we can deliver if these funding sources, become available. And one of the challenges is this vacant position problem that you have had for, at least for the duration that I've been on the commission, that it seems, either through transfers to other city departments or people moving on with their life, and certainly under this pandemic, the pressure on families and individuals. I want to request that you keep us apprised, and that you are, sort of clear and honest with yourself too about whether or not we're actually going to be able to do this, because we have to be able to fill positions. If we get that budget authorization, there is no coming back at the end of this fiscal year and saying, well, thank you for the money, but we really couldn't quite get it together because so-and-so left and such happened. We really need to be able to step up. So keep us apprised on that.
And if I could address that point as well, I think one of the issues that the controller's recommendations raises is exactly that point. In order for the commission to do the work that is before us, that would be before us with the controller's recommendations, Bureau of Legislative Analysts' recommendations, the work we know we have to do to fill those positions, it can't be just the money. It has to be an expedited hiring process. Think about the framework that we're looking at. October 1st is when the new budget is going to be finalized. Positions won't be authorized and funded for any department until October 1st. Then there will be a hiring process. Assume the best case scenario, we were able to have funding. That is at best a 150-day, 130-day process. I mean, it's taken 6 months and 7 months in the past to fill positions. Now, we do know that there are, it is possible to conceive of a world where there are expedited hiring procedures in place. Most often those have been when the city takes what they call a limited term position or a permanent exempt position to be like a 3-year limited term role. And that means you have maybe not all the same sorts of requirements for the civil service exam-based testing process, which does take that time. But I guess my point is simply that 2 years, if we were to be in a position to have these positions or new resources, the only way it's going to be effective in any expedited manner is to also have an expedited hiring process. And that's something that I think has been elevated. It's on people's minds to question if this is something that's possible. We certainly know that that would be required, because you're right. If we're starting in October, the best case scenario and under an expedited hiring process with greatest flexibility is probably 4 months, 3 to 4 months, and then bringing people on board and training. We're still looking at the end of this coming fiscal year. So in terms of managing what we think is possible, I think what's incumbent on us is to identify the sequencing of best case scenario. Here's what we can deliver over the following time horizon, because we know that even when there is not a pandemic, the best case scenario for hiring can be very, very challenging. And so we'd have to really be looking at ways to alleviate some of that so that we can actually get people in the chairs and get the work started.
So I do see some hands there. I did want to say, I want to give other people a chance to talk, but I want to come back to you. I hear all that. I do think that that needs to be reflected in the letter. I mean, I think that it's important to say to the board, in order to address corruption that's been identified and to prevent it from happening in the future, we're already behind on our agenda because of underfunding and hiring difficulties in the past. And now this is what we need to do going forward, and this is how long it would take. But particularly with respect to the Form 700 e-filing, in light of the fact that, one, that was identified by the Controller's Office as something particularly important, and two, I agree. The fact that those forms across the city at the deputy director and below level are stashed away in some filing cabinet in each one of the respective departments is not the kind of sunshine we need right now as we build our, culture of ethical behavior. And so I want you to, if not right now, be prepared to speak to exactly what position, what funding is necessary in order to get that up and rolling by the time the next filing deadline comes up, which would be presumably April of 2021. So if you're going to, if you can think on that while I turn and recognize, we're going to start back alphabetically if I can and recognize Commissioner Chu. You have the floor if you want to unmute your mic.
Thank you, Chair Ambrose. I have three points to make. One is I think that there's many topics that we could cover in the letter, but I think that the focusing on the message, like do not defund the Ethics Commission, I think is paramount, because that is the issue that they have control over and is in progress. So two other points to that, and I think that there are alternative funding sources that we can pursue, but I would not want to put that out there as an option in the absence of having fully vetted research and being comfortable that these are avenues that would be viable for the Ethics Commission. Because to your point earlier, they could simply say, oh, well, you can use your permit fees or your lobbying expenses and then just wash their hands of it. So the two other points I wanted to make were, whether or not, for your consideration as you work through this with Director Pelham, is tying our budget requests to the recommendations in the controller's report, saying their controller's preliminary report has identified A, B, and C, and this ties directly back to the budget ask that we made in February of 2020. So that not only by not funding the budget request from the Ethics Commission, it would also be not funding or pursuing the recommendations made by the controller after its investigation. And then second would be whether or not, and I don't know enough about the city budgeting process, but since DPW is the kind of bad apple here in terms of the acting, can parts of their budget be redirected to fund the work at the Ethics Commission around the training, around the policy and legal and regulatory review? Since, you know, they have kind of blown everything up, and that they have a budget as well, and that they can help fund some of the remedial work that needs to be done. That's a question. I don't have the answer to it, but it's I do remember from the mayor's meeting that it was floated.
You're fading.
So,
You
my
weren't
last
sure
point,
about the mayor's meeting?
oh, at the mayor's meeting, the mayor or someone had suggested or had proposed that in the past, departments part of the department budget, or I'm not clear on all of the budgeting ins and outs, but the gist that I took away from it was that, you know, is it possible for DPW budget to have some of their funds allocated to the Ethics Commission to be able to finance the specific education, outreach, and regulatory and legal review that are identified as a result of this corruption scandal?
I'm gonna, Director Pelham, if you want to speak to that, I mean, I think those are all, first of all, your main points. The message should be focused. I will definitely, in attempting to draft this, reflect the controller's recommendations and how it ties into the February 2020 original budget submittal. I think the points that you're making about alternative sources, along with the points that Commissioner Lee made and the points that Commissioner Bush made, is that we should be working on identifying other sources beyond the general fund to allow us to accomplish our mission. I like the, especially if it came from the mayor's office, the idea that we would tap into as some kind of, you know, percentage of the number of employees or the number of contracts, tap into everybody else's budget the way the controller's office has to get a set aside for oversight. Has, you know, I think is worthy of further investigation and discussion. It's something that is not really on the agenda right here, so I think we should put that on for further review. Just maybe all of these topics: grant funding, nonprofit funding, permit set-aside funding, set-aside work order funding from other departments, and I think maybe even August would be a good time for, at least for the commissioners, to think about and bring back further ideas along those lines. I'm not going to expect staff to have, you know, identified and laid out a program for it, but I think we should at least put it on as a discussion item so we can have more fleshing out of the opportunities and what would be required at the city level. And I see that City Attorney Shen still has his hand up, and I'd ask him to speak to some of the protocols and practicalities of getting outside sources of funds. So if you will allow me, I'm going to recognize our Deputy City Attorney. If you want to unmute your mic, Andrew.
Hi, let me be very brief. So speaking to what you just raised, Chair Ambrose, yes, there are ways that city departments could receive money from grants and such, but those would be subject to board approval as well as other contracting that the city attorney's office would need to address. And just very briefly on the procedure that is before the motion that's before the commission. In terms of the letter, and I just want to echo a comment that you already made, Chair Ambrose, obviously only 2 or fewer members of the commission could review the letter or draft the letter. It couldn't involve more than a quorum in the drafting process. And in the past, the commission has simply trusted whoever was delegated with that authority to simply do it on his or her own. So that's something to keep in mind. And just very briefly, lastly, the budget is before the commission at this point. So I don't know if the commission also wants to formally approve the budget as proposed as part of its final action on this matter. Although I do understand it sounds like the commission would probably approve it under protest or under some sort of qualification. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Deputy City Attorney. And we'll come back to the motion that's pending on the floor with respect to the letter. In terms of approving the actual budget attachment, which is the budget that the mayor's office required the executive director to submit, reflecting the across the board cuts that is part of what the mayor do every time there's a budget, reduction. Every department is supposed to show their work in terms of what they would eliminate if they had to eliminate 10%. I think based on the discussion that we've been having here today, that I'm unlikely to hear a motion that we recommend that reduced budget that is what the executive director was required to submit to the mayor on June 12th. But feel free to correct me if I'm wrong. And I want to go back and recognize Commissioner Lee, who's patiently had her hand up here for a while. You want to unmute yourself? There you go.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think the main content of the letter is our, not protest, but is our the strongest statement possible that given the circumstance, we really could not operate with a reduced budget. Nevertheless, it is what it is, but outlining everything that Commissioner Chu has mentioned would be a very strong letter. The reason why I wanted to add on to the permit fee possibility is because we need to be nimble. And the reality is, every department is going to say we cannot survive on a 15%, 10% cut. And moving forward, this being a budget season and this being a record from the commission to the board, I think it would be good to at least start the paper trail that, hey, we want to entertain, we want to explore this with you, to take money from, not take, but share the resources, the revenues from other departments, the permit fees, the filing fees, whatever it is, because those work directly impact the Ethics Commission's mission, so that even though it's going to be the last paragraph or what have you, but it is going to be part of a ongoing dialogue that we want to have with the board, so that we will not come back in September and then they would just say, oh, that's a great idea. We want to make, I would think that this is going to be an ongoing discussion with interested parties and stakeholders. And I just felt that if this is going to be a record from the commission regarding our budget, current budget and future budgetary constraints and opportunities, let's just put that in. Even though it's just one line or one small paragraph, at least we can come back in the future and just say, hey, we've introduced this and, how is it going? So I don't think that should be the center of the letter, because the center of the letter is our opposition to the cut, because it's going to impact our work. So that's going to be the key. But at the same time, moving forward, it would be good to really start the dialogue, start people to think about, hey, we're thinking about expanding our revenue base too. We're not just going to complain about don't cut us, but that's not going to solve any problem. We're not going to bring in the money right now, but at least get things started. So that's the reason why I thought it would be good to include the suggestion of working with the board to explore other revenues within the city government. And I think for Commissioner Bush's suggestions of private grants, that may be another separate motion or separate consideration for future agenda item.
Let me see if I'm unmuted. So I just want to make sure that we're really clear when we have the motion that you made, which includes this concept of both the strong focus message based on Commissioner Chu's points, the link to the controller's office and how that ties back to the commission's budget submittal in February, not the one that's before the mayor's office right now. I agree with your point that expressing that the commission is committed to identifying ongoing sources from department work orders and the permanent filing fees that represent both the stakeholders and the beneficiaries of the commission's work is something that we invite a dialogue with the mayor's office and the board in the future, because those things would require legislation and appropriation that would not be able to be substituted for the immediate needs that we have. And then that can tie into the point that Director Pelham made about how long it's going to take. Even if they give us the money tomorrow, we've got, or they're not going to give us any money until October, and we've got, a civil service hiring practice to go through after that. So that's the gist of what I understand the letter. Hopefully that reflects what everyone else thinks. And Commissioner Bush, you had your hand up, so if you wanted to straighten me out on any of those points or add to it, I'd appreciate it.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I think that we need to take another thought about money coming from other departments. So, for example, you're talking about how much it's going to cost to do the Form 700 filings. Well, we don't have a dollar figure anywhere about how much it's going to be. But one thing is sure, we're going to save other departments money that they're spending now to do the filing in their own offices. They have a commission secretary or a commission director who has to take I think it's 6,300 for so many people who have to file. Those all have to be kept in records that are housed in those departments. All of those costs will now end for them, and it's money that could be made available to pay for the Ethics Commission to do electronic filing. There's no reason why we can't see that one is transferred to the other. The second thing is work orders are tried and true in cases of emergencies. And this is obviously one where the city is facing an emergency. So I think that you can ask for work orders from people who have similar situated jobs, like the controller's office does have funds for auditing. I was on the bond oversight committee. There are several $1 million that are available in those funds for doing audits. And there's no reason why that couldn't be tapped, at least in part, to take care of additional auditing for the Ethics Commission. I think that they would be willing to do it. So when you do put the letter together, I think it has to have a sheet on it that spells out what the cost is of each of the items that we're not going to do. What is it going to cost us not to do the annual report? What would it have cost to do the annual lobby audit? What would it cost to do any of the things that are specified? Because when I keep hearing that we're funding the core functions of the commission, why aren't these things listed as core commission options? They are in the charter. They are passed by the voters. How can they no longer be core functions of the department? They are core functions. And there's never been a discussion that I've seen at ethics about which ones are not core functions. Thank you.
I'm going to both recognize the Executive Director Pelham, and I also see that Steve Massey, the Director of Technology, has his hand up. Is there some technological problem that we should be aware of, or?
Chair Ambrose, no, thank you. Stephen Massey actually is somebody who could answer the exact question that Commissioner Bush has asked about. What does it take? What are the costs? And if we could just, if that's helpful, we could take a moment to let Stephen walk through briefly what those elements are, because we know very specifically what it will take to get the Form 700 filing process back on track.
Yeah, I would appreciate that, because I do think that that's something that the board is going to be inquiring about, and I want to make sure I know the answer. So notwithstanding, hopefully everyone has a snack bar or something handy. I realize that we're going well into the lunch hour, and I'm going to plan on taking another 5-minute break after we get through agenda item 5, because I know we have individuals who are waiting for action on that waiver request, and I don't know how long they're available. All right, Stephen, please. Thank you very much for standing by and answering this question.
Yes, so again, Stephen Massey, I'm the Director of Technology Services.
You know what? Your mic is too far away from your mouth.
Can you hear me now?
Perfectly. Yes, thank you.
Okay. Yeah, so I'd like to address the chair's question regarding what is needed to fund this project. But first, let me provide you with a bit of background on the project. The Form 700 project is part of a much larger initiative called the e-filing conversion project that was funded by the Committee on Information Technology. And this included a number of e-filing projects and improvements to the Commission's campaign finance data systems.
I'm sorry, your mic is fading in and out. Is it just me? Do I just have really bad headset? No? Okay. Yeah, there's something about it's like every third word you fade off again. Sorry.
Yeah.
Okay, that's good.
So.
Nope, now you went completely mute. All right, where'd he go? There you are. Now you moved around on my screen. You're really confusing me. No, can't hear you. All right. Backup supplies there. That's good.
Can you hear me clear now?
Oh, it's perfect.
Oh,
excellent.
Great.
Get everybody one of those.
Third mic the charm.
All
All right. So the Form 700 project, it's part of a larger initiative that was funded by the Committee on Information Technology that is called the e-filing conversion project. So this included a number of e-filing projects and improvements to the Commission's campaign finance data. That larger project included multiple phases, and the positions for the project were only funded for the first year of the project. So the items for the first phase have been completed, but the Form 700 project was part of the second phase of that e-filing conversion project. We still have, from the Committee on Information Technology, non-personnel funding available to purchase all of the licenses that are necessary for all city filers to file electronically for at least 2 years and fund the training and other project costs. What we don't have is funding for personnel for the project. So there are really two things we need. One is we need to restore the funding for the existing staff positions. And I say that because we have had to shift a lot of the work around in the office in the wake of the various vacancies that we've had and the ongoing disaster service work. So we need to get back to a certain sense of normalcy in the office. But specifically for this project, we need two key positions restored. First, there is an e-filing support specialist position that we had identified that we needed for this project to provide support to filers and filing officers, especially in the first year of the project, as everyone is onboarded and departments get used to using the system. That position we estimated would cost about $120,000 a year in salary and benefits. We requested that position from the Committee on Information Technology in our February budget submission, and it was rejected by the committee. In addition to that position, the Commission also, in the last fiscal year, had 4 technology positions on staff. There are 3 IS business analysts and 1 IS engineer. And the IS engineer was the position that was responsible for the Commission's campaign finance dashboards, various data systems, and some of a certain subset of our e-filing systems. And that position was eliminated effective July 1st. The work from that position was transferred to a different Commission technology staff person, which is the Senior IS Business Analyst. That Senior IS Business Analyst is needed for this Form 700 project. So we need to restore the IS Engineer position, which would cost about $196,000 in salary and benefits, which would allow us to dedicate the Senior IS Business Analyst back to that Form 700 project. So it's really those 2 key positions. It's about $320,000 in salary and benefits per year.
Okay, thank you. That's really helpful and very explicit, and something that I'm sure at the level of the controller, the mayor's office, budget office, and the board's budget and legislative analysts, that's exactly what they're going to be looking at and for, to the extent that they want to satisfy our need to accomplish this objective. So with that, I am looking, I have a hand from Director Pelham. Is that no? And Stephen. So what I want to, I'm trying to get a grip on where we're at in terms of the protocol. We have a motion from Commissioner Lee. It was amended by Commissioner Chu. Commissioner Lee, if you, I believe if you modify your motion to reflect Commissioner Chu's amendment, that we also, I'm going to go back and make sure that I understand what that amendment was. And that's 2 pages back.
It was to include, this is Commissioner Chu, it was to include the cost of the corruption and contrast that with the budget ask and the overall budget amount of the Ethics Commission.
Right, thank you.
And I have no problem with that. And I would
Okay,
amend mine.
so can we assume that your modified motion is, and I'm going to try and state this, that we're going to send a letter to the board that the chair is going to draft. I'm actually going to have the vice chair be my co-reviewer because you made the motion and you are the vice chair. What we are going to say is we are going to have a strong focus message reflecting the corruption issues in San Francisco and how pressing it is that we have the resources available to meet our existing staffing level as well as the proposed budget as of February 2020. We're going to tie that to the controller's recommendations, and I'm going to finish by assuring the board that the commission is going to do everything in its power to identify alternative sources of funds beyond the general fund, including, for example, because I don't want to identify all of them, permit fees and filing, as well as work orders from departments that are benefited or impacted by these ethical issues, in addition to grants and foundations, and that we will be pursuing that through the fall. But in the meantime, because of the timing problem that we have with not getting the appropriation till October and wanting to meet these deadlines, and then I'm going to call out specifically the filing of the Form 700, which has a very specific deadline. We need these funds restored now. So if that generally sounds like the message that we want to send, then I'm going to ask Commissioner Lee first if that reflects her motion, and then I'm going to ask for a second on that motion, and then I'm going to ask Jared if there are any public comments on what has now been a very extensive discussion about this particular motion that the public wasn't previously aware of. So, Commissioner Lee.
You summarized it perfectly.
All right, good. And Commissioner Chu.
Yes, I would second Commissioner Lee's motion.
All right, and I don't see any commissioner hands up at this moment. Jared, can you tell us if we have any public speakers online who want to comment on this motion that's before the commission for adoption?
Madam Chair, there are currently no speakers in line. However, because they were unaware that this motion would be part of the agenda, I'd ask that we wait to allow people to either call in or, if they're on WebEx, to raise their hand.
And can you remind the public of the phone number that they call in on?
Of course. For those who are already on hold, please continue to wait until the system indicates you have been unmuted. If you want to raise your hand, you may dial *3 to raise your hand. However, if you just joined this meeting, we are currently on the public comment regarding the current motion to create a letter from the commission by the chair and vice chair to be sent to the Board of Supervisors concerning the commission's budget. And again, if you are using WebEx, the application or WebEx browser extension, you may raise your hand by clicking on the hand icon located in the participants panel on the lower right portion of that screen. You may activate that panel by going to the video section and clicking on the participants panel in the navigation bar located on the lower portion.
So, do we have any callers?
Currently, we do not have any callers. However, there is a slight lag time between anyone viewing SF.gov TV and this live session as it's happening right now. So I ask that we wait at least another 20 seconds for SF.gov TV to catch up.
All right, thank you. Everyone stretch.
I still see no callers for public comment.
All right, thank you very much. Hearing no callers for public comment on this additional aspect of agenda item 4, the public comment on this motion is now closed, and I am going to ask the moderator to please call the roll on the motion as I just most recently restated it, and that was moved by Commissioner Lee and seconded by Commissioner Chu. If you can call the roll.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair. A motion has been made and it has been seconded. I would now call roll. Commissioner Bush?
Yes.
Commissioner Chu?
Yes.
Vice Chair Lee?
Yes.
Commissioner Smith?
Yes.
Chair Ambrose?
Yes.
With 5 votes in the affirmative and no votes opposed, the motion is approved.
Thank you. I appreciate all the staff work on these budget matters. I know from your home computer, kitchen table, et cetera, you've done good work to bring all this information forward. So I'm going to call the consent calendar. We have agenda items number 5 through 9 on the consent calendar. I do want to let you and the public know I am going to take another 5-minute recess after item 10. So we're going to do the consent and then item 10, and then we'll take a 5-minute recess before we do the staff. On the consent items, I want to clarify something which I should have clarified before with staff. City Attorney Shen, if you're listening, my understanding is that any commissioner can ask that any one of these consent items be called separately, which would simply mean that the staff would present the item separate from the written consent agenda item that's before all of you, and there would be public testimony separately on that item. In addition, at a commission meeting, members of the public can ask that individual consent items be called out from the consent calendar and heard as standalone items. And we haven't really built into our script, as it were, for this process, an opportunity for that to happen. And so, Deputy City Attorney Shen, can you confirm for me that in fact the public does have an opportunity to ask that these items be considered separately before we proceed?
Yes, Chair Ambrose. So either a member of the commission or any member of the public can sever an item from the consent calendar.
All right, then I'm going to ask our moderator, Jared, to again ask, before we start on the agenda items, before I, well, first of all, actually, I'm going to call the items, And then I'm going to ask you to ask if there's any member of the public who wants us to sever one of these items from the consent calendar and have them read and heard as a distinct standalone item. And then we'll go to, if they do not, then we're going to go to commission discussion on the consent items. And then we'll go to public comment, and then I'll ask for a motion to approve all of the consent calendar collectively, items 5 through 9. So to begin with, I'm going to call items from the consent calendar or agenda items 5 through 9. Item 5 is draft minutes for the Ethics Commission January 17th, 2020 regular meeting. We also have the draft minutes for the Ethics Commission February 21st, 2020 regular meeting. There is a proposed stipulation, decision, and order in the matter of Aaron Peskin for Supervisor 2016, Aaron Peskin and Stacy Owens, which is SFEC, San Francisco Ethics Commission complaint number 1516-37A. And that material is available on the commission website and in the packets before the commissioners, along with the next item, which is a proposed stipulation, decision, and order in the matter of keeping San Francisco affordable, support by tenant and housing advocates and Jennifer Fieber, SFEC complaint number 1516-43, 1718-24. And then finally, the proposed stipulation, decision, and order in the matter of Marjan Philhour for Supervisor 2016, Marjan Philhour and Stacy Owens. That would be SFEC complaint number 1617-082. Moderator, can you ask if there's any members of the public who would like to sever any of these items? And I think we need to find that out first, and then we'll ask for commission comment on the consent calendar and for a motion. And after we have the motion, then I'm going to ask for public comment on the consent items, and then we'll take a vote.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
If any members of the public intend to offer any or wish to call out any particular items within the consent calendar, again, agenda items number 5 through 9, please raise your hand. If you're calling in and are currently logged in, you may press *3 to be added to the comment queue. If you're joining us through WebEx application or the WebEx browser extension, please go ahead and click on the raise hand icon, which is located in the bottom right corner of your participants panel. And again, as I said before, because there's a lag time on SFGov TV, we're going to go ahead and wait for about 30 seconds for it to catch up to see if there's any members of the public viewing SFGov TV who wish to call in.
And while we're waiting for people to call in, I'm assuming that because these are stipulations that the party involved has already signed in negotiation and have been approved by the executive director, that we don't have any presentations. These are on consent calendar. There's no presentation that we're expecting from the staff or from the individuals involved. And in light of that, I'm not hearing any.
That's correct.
Any public. Thanks, Chef. I appreciate that. And I'm assuming you had no comments that you needed to make, correct, Mr. Pierce?
No, that's also correct. We did have a couple of parties volunteer their willingness to participate if items were severed from consent, but I don't know whether any of the parties are at this point prepared to do that. But they were all pleased to move forward without their participation and their signatures.
Okay, all right. And Mr. Moderator, are there any public requesting to sever any of these items?
Madam Chair, I do not see any public callers raising their hand.
All right, then I'm going to ask for a motion and a second. Then I'm going to ask for public comment on the actual stipulations themselves, and then we'll move to a vote. So can I get a motion to move the consent calendar agenda items 5 through 9?
So moved.
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Smith moved and Commissioner Lee seconded. Does that work?
Fine with me.
Okay. All right. I was looking down. So, all right. So the matter is before us for debate. I'm going to ask again for public comment on the substance of any of the consent calendar items, if any. And maybe while we're waiting to see if the public is out there or any of the commissioners have any comments that they want to make with regard to the minutes or the proposed stipulations? Seeing none, please let us know, Mr. Moderator, when the time. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, I didn't see you. Those little hands need to flash. Commissioner Bush, if you could please unmute your mic.
I think I'm unmuted now, right?
Yes, you are. Very good. And please do that. Jump up and down and wave if I'm not seeing
Thank
you,
you.
because I have to train myself to see the hand.
This is just a question for information purposes. Looking at the effort that goes into these enforcement actions and then the fines that are made, can someone give me a rough idea of how much staff time and money goes into these enforcement actions?
Sure, Commissioner Bush, thanks for the question. Each of the steps before you today is arising from the campaign finance arena. I believe at least 2, if not all 3 of them resulted from an audit. And staff may have identified additional forms of liability that an audit had not previously identified. For example, in the matter of the I think it's agenda item number 8, regarding whether someone had misrepresented, knowingly or willfully misrepresented information to the commission. I would have to poll the investigators who oversaw these particular settlements to evaluate how much enforcement staff time may have been invested in these matters, separate and apart from whatever audit staff time may have been invested in them. It always depends too on how much back and forth staff engage in with the respondents. It sometimes happens that respondents are ready and willing to settle on the terms that we propose, and at other times happens that they have questions about the theory of liability or about the amount of penalty that we're seeking in a given matter. I would say that most of the violations at issue here, I think, would be handled through the expanded fixed penalty policy in a program that we're envisioning to call the Streamlined Administrative Enforcement Program, once staff is able to bring forward that proposal in its fullness. And in theory, that program is designed to reduce the amount of back and forth that would take place between staff and respondents. So I've not given you a direct answer to your question, because the direct answer is, in these 3 particular matters, regrettably, I don't know.
The reason I ask, just for context, is that if someone is late filing their Form 700, the maximum penalty is $100. It's $10 a day for 10 days, so it's $100. And after that, the penalty doesn't grow any further. And so you begin to say, okay, if you're not going to face a fine larger than $100, then nobody's going to put staff time into it. If we're looking at some of these cases of somebody used something less than a 12-point type, which is one of these cases, or something as relatively minor in terms of its impact on the voter and misrepresenting the facts to the voters, I understand you're looking at a streamlined thing, but can the streamlined thing really be streamlined so that there would be more investigative time available for the bigger ticket items like the Muhammad Naru type things? That's where I'm going with it.
Sure,
I may never get there.
Well, two things. One is to clarify one point, which is that you're correct that the Political Reform Act caps at $100 late fees for late filed Form 700s. But the Government Ethics Code provides that a violation of any of the provisions of Article 3 can be subject to administrative enforcement. So what we're talking about is two separate processes. One is the Commission's fines collection officer can assess that $100 penalty. But additionally, if somebody is, say, 6 months late, a year late, 2 years late filing those forms, the Enforcement Division could decide to devote resources to bringing administrative enforcement above and beyond that $100 late fee. So that option actually remains on the table because administrative enforcement is envisioned as separate from that late fee collection process. To your point about how streamlined a streamlined program may be in practice, we do know from limited experience that of the 5 kinds of violations currently on the fixed penalty policy, one of the reasons that resolving those matters is streamlined is that the policy currently envisions violations that are more obvious on their face than other kinds of violations. And so by their very nature, they don't require a lot of investigative resources. But in addition to that, because the policy envisions a schedule of penalties, there is a degree of transparency and predictability that the regulated community understands, and there is at the same time an incentive structure built into it. Yes,
I'm going to stop because I think this is all really important information, and it's going to come up in the context of our looking at increasing our alternative sources of funds. But I'm concerned because we're in a consent calendar item, and there's a lot of potential there for back and forth about the cost and the source of enforcement. And I want to make sure that we get that in the right agenda item so that we can tie it down, wrap it up in a bow, and take an action and get more money to the commission. So I'm going to just, plus I'm also concerned because we are, getting into 2 o'clock now, and we have a member of the public waiting for us to take action on a matter that's coming up as agenda item 10. So I'm going to move us along. Jared, I'm assuming we haven't heard from you. Do we have any members of the public who want to comment on the consent calendar?
Currently, we do not have anyone calling in concerning the public comment section.
All right, then I'm going to close public comment on the consent calendar. I have a motion and a second. Can you please call the roll, moderator, on agenda items 5 through 9, the consent calendar items?
A motion has been made and seconded to adopt the consent calendar items 5 through 9 together. I will now call roll. Commissioner Bush.
Yes.
Commissioner Chu.
Aye.
Vice Chair Lee.
Yes.
Commissioner Smith.
Yes.
Chair Ambrose.
Yes. Thank you very much.
5 votes in affirmative and no votes opposing. Motion is unanimously approved.
Thank you. I'm going to call agenda item 10, and then, as I said, I'm just for the benefit of the callers, after we hear this item, it is my plan to take a 5-minute break before we move to agenda item 11, which would be the discussion of the staff policy report. So, calling agenda item 10. This would be a discussion and possible action regarding a request for a waiver of compensated advocacy restriction for Yakuh Askew. There's information in your packet. There's a comment letter from the city mayor's office, I believe, that's also available in the packet explaining the nature and reasons for them seeking a waiver for this appointment. So with that, I'm going to ask for Pat Ford to give us a brief presentation on this item. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair Ambrose. Can you hear me clearly?
Yes, very good.
Great. Yeah, thank you. And thanks to everybody on the commission. Welcome, Commissioner Bush. Good to see you all after so many months. As Chair Ambrose mentioned, this agenda item represents a request for a waiver to a particular conflict of interest rule. So I'll make my comments fairly brief just to give some context on this request and explain the nature of my recommendation on this. And then the requesting office here is the mayor's office, and Hank Heckel from the mayor's office is present. So also just to make sure, Mr. Flores, that Mr. Heckel's been promoted to whatever status he needs to be promoted to in order to speak. And likewise with Mr. Askew, the appointee in question, I believe he's also here and would like to speak. So I think when I'm done, I'll probably turn it over to them and let them speak as well. So essentially, this item is a request for a waiver. So there are conflict of interest rules that apply both during and after an individual's service as a city officer. And in some narrow circumstances, the commission can actually waive the application of those rules. That only is possible with a very limited number of conflict of interest rules, and code creates some guidance as to when a waiver is appropriate. So the particular conflict of interest rule at issue here is the rule against compensated advocacy. And essentially that rule says that when an individual is serving as an officer of the city and county, the individual cannot accept payment to then advocate on behalf of a private party and communicate to other officers or employees of the city to advocate for that private individual's interests. Kind of like being a lobbyist or a consultant or somebody who's accepting payment to communicate on behalf of a client. That the code has prohibited that for city officers. However, this is one of the few conflict of interest rules where the code does envision waiver to be possible. It does allow for waiver. So the request that we received here is from the mayor's office, as I mentioned. The mayor has appointment authority for this particular seat on the Arts Commission, and this seat must be filled by an architect. So in this case, the mayor would like to appoint Mr. Askew, who is a practicing architect, to serve in this capacity on the Arts Commission. However, as he and Mr. Heckel will explain to you, he does engage as a part of his architecture practice in activity that would be considered compensated advocacy, would not be allowed if he were an arts commissioner. So the factors that the code sets out for the commission to consider include the ability of the city to recruit qualified individuals if a waiver is not granted. So in other words, if we cannot take somebody who engages already in compensated advocacy, is that going to limit the pool of people from which the mayor can choose somebody? Also, the ability of the person to engage in his or her particular vocation. This is a kind of a hardship impact on this person's livelihood. And the code leaves it open-ended and actually says any other factors that the commission deems relevant can be considered. And what I always recommend anytime I'm analyzing a waiver request for the commission is that the commission exercises this power sparingly and essentially uses a balancing approach where you're balancing the need for the waiver on the one hand with any danger of unfair advantage or undue influence on the other hand. And in cases where you find that the need for the waiver outweighs any danger of impropriety, that's when a waiver is proper. Otherwise, the balance of the equities is not there and a waiver is probably inappropriate. So in this particular instance, I do recommend that a waiver be granted along the lines of what was requested. And essentially what was requested is that Mr. Askew be allowed, as he sits on the Arts Commission, to continue to engage in some limited level of the compensated advocacy, limited to a specific list of city commissions. So not all city commissions and city employees, but just the set of commissions that he currently interacts with now. And to that, I would also add that he only be allowed to engage in compensated advocacy for clients of his architecture firm, since that was a part of the need that was expressed. And I think that would drastically shrink any risk that's here, that he will use this as an opportunity to engage in any kind of improper compensated advocacy. So with that in mind, I think the harm is pretty minimal if the waiver is limited in that way. And I think in terms of the need for the waiver, it would be best if Mr. Askew himself and or Mr. Heckel speak to that. So I think at this point, I'll turn it back over to you, Chair Ambrose, to recognize Mr. Askew and Mr. Heckel. I'm not sure which one of them wants to speak first.
I can speak first. This is Yakuh. Can you hear me?
I can. Thank you very much and welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Commissioners. I am Yakuh Askew, Principal and founder of YA Studio, an architecture firm based here in San Francisco. I was born at St. Luke's, raised in the Excelsior District, and am now raising my two children, 10 and 14, in the Mission District. I'm passionate about quality design in our urban environment and equally passionate about lending my strengths to the community, both personally and professionally when possible. At YA Studio, we work on a variety of project types, including custom homes, restaurants, office, and multifamily developments. However, much of our work is dedicated to serving the underserved and underhoused in our communities, focusing on permanently affordable housing for seniors, families, and the formerly homeless. I've also been fortunate to serve on the Citizens Bond Oversight Committee, which oversees bond expenditures by the San Francisco Unified School District, and I'm currently a board member of Lick Warmerdine High School, where I chair the Campus Stewardship Committee, and I'm a member of the USF Architecture Department Advisory Board. I've never been before the Arts Commission, but was introduced to the agency by Lydia So, a previous member who vacated the position, and she suggested I might be a good fit to lend my professional and personal perspective. After educating myself to the role of the Commission, its responsibility, and its time commitments, I agreed to be considered. Earlier this year, I was humbled and honored to be selected by Mayor London Breed. However, unfortunately, the unique experience and professional skills that I bring are in conflict with the compensated advocacy prohibition, and thus the reason we are before you today. As a small business owner, I am occasionally required to interact with city agencies to discuss proposed projects for both profit and nonprofit clients. Additionally, I am sometimes required to present before city commissions or boards, describing the design and merits of particular projects. On occasion, I can have another YA Studio employee present the project, but in most cases, it would not be possible nor appropriate. Thus, without a waiver, I would need to forego offering my professional skills to this public service opportunity. I respect the intent of the campaign and governmental conduct code as it relates to serving on this commission, and as a licensed California architect and professional member of the American Institute of Architects and the National Organization of Minority Architects, I also have additional code of ethics obligations. These include defining my obligations to the public and better inform my ethical conduct as it relates to public agencies and public officials. Thank you for your consideration of the request before you today, and I am available to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. I appreciate your presentation and your standing by. Was the individual from the mayor's office, did you also want to speak, or do you want to wait to see if the commissioners have any questions?
I'm happy to speak now, Chair, and can also follow up with any questions.
All right. If there's something that you think that we need to hear, please proceed.
Good afternoon, Chair Ambrose, members of the Commission. I'm Hank Heckel. I'm the Compliance Officer in Mayor Breed's office. I'm here to present our request for a waiver for Mr. Askew. The basic facts were set forth by Mr. Askew, and Council Ford very helpfully set out the relevant standards here. We believe that Mr. Askew is the best candidate for the open architect seat on the Arts Commission based on his extensive experience, deep local roots, and commitment to the public good, as well as his perspective as the leader of a vibrant, up-and-coming San Francisco art. We believe the waiver is warranted due to his unique suitability for the position, and because, frankly, as he explained, in the absence of a waiver, he would be forced to choose between service to the city and his livelihood. Further, touching on one of the factors Mr. Ford mentioned, a waiver is warranted here because without one, the city's ability to fill this seat becomes very difficult and becomes impaired. The standard, as Mr. Ford set out, also takes into account both the ability of the city to put forward a qualified nominee, as well as any hardship on the applicant's ability to practice his profession. I think all of the factors here supports the waiver. To be clear, Mr. Askew is not a lobbyist. He is not a permit consultant, and we certainly recognize the importance of this particular rule, the compensated advocacy prohibition, as well as all of the related ethics laws in the city code. And there's been a lot of discussion today about the city's ongoing efforts to reform and improve those laws and the compliance with those laws. And we in the mayor's office strongly support those efforts and have done and will continue to do everything we can to cooperate with those efforts. However, we don't think those concerns are implicated here. Just to go through the factors briefly, in terms of the ability to recruit qualified individuals to this seat, this seat is required under the city charter to be filled by an architect. It's one of two designated architect seats on the Arts Commission. As a result, this is precisely the type of situation that the waiver is designed to address. The waiver is built into the code to allow for professionals who are sometimes called upon to interact with other city bodies on behalf of a client. It gives them that ability within a limited scope to practice their profession while also serving on a different city body. And the issue here is that without a waiver, the pool of available applicants here really narrows greatly. The effect would be to kind of skew the field very much in favor of retired architects or architects from larger practices. And there's actually a tradition in the Arts Commission among the two seats that one seat may be filled by someone from a larger firm and then someone from a smaller firm. And in Mr. Askew's case, because it's an up-and-coming type of practice, he has a limited staff, and he's not going to be able to delegate all of the matters that may come up on behalf of his clients to his staff. And so we think that if the compensated advocacy rule here is over-applied, this will greatly skew the field away from practitioners from such small and upcoming firms. You're going to sort of be steered towards retirees, non-practicing architects, teachers, and so on. And that's not only, that also has the effect of skewing the field away from younger and minority appointees. That's not only a bad policy outcome, but it also thwarts the requirement in the city charter that commissioners reflect the diversity of a San Francisco community. And that's Charter Section 4.101A1 dictates that the composition of the commissions reflect the diversity of the city. The difficulty in filling this position has been borne out in our experience in our selection process. We received recommendations from its commissioners for this seat. It's been vacant for nearly a year now. Most of the recommendations we received were, in fact, of retired architects. And we interviewed 5 people, but only Mr. Askew had the experience of being a younger architect of color from a smaller dynamic firm. In the absence of a waiver, there'll also be an adverse impact on the Arts Commission. as I said, they've had one of these architect seats vacant for a long time. If we're unable to proceed, that'll slow the selection process further, and they may have difficulty in meeting quorum requirements, and will continue to lack that unique perspective of an architect from a smaller firm.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Sorry. I think that we heard from both you and from the candidate. Welcome to the city family, and from Pat Ford. What I would like to know, because it does take a while to tee up public comment, Mr. Moderator, can you please look and see if there's any public comment on this item, because we'll have to wait whatever 30 to 90 seconds for those people to appear. So if you can, I want to invite public comment, and I'm assuming, Mr. Heckel, that you'll be able to wrap up your remarks in the next minute so that we don't have a delay.
Certainly, I'm nearing the end.
That's what I thought. Okay, thank you.
Chair Ambrose, there are currently 3 people queued up in line for public comment on this agenda item.
Okay, all right. Then if you want to complete your remarks, Mr. Heckel, and then we'll take public comment and then to the commissioners. Thank you.
Sure. So the other factor to consider in the Ethics Commission regulations here is the ability of the commissioner to engage in his or her particular vocation in the absence of a waiver. We've already established that Mr. Askew likely would have to step down in the absence of a waiver because he can't delegate readily these matters to other staff members. Finally, the other factors Mr. Ford mentioned, this is really a balancing test. You know, the purpose of the rule is to guard against undue influence, favoritism, preferential treatment by a commissioner being able to personally gain through their position on one commission in professional engagements before other bodies. We really don't think that's a danger here. Regarding the Arts Commission itself, Mr. Askew has never had one of his professional matters come before that commission. He would recuse himself as required if one of his clients' projects came before the Arts Commission. And the work that he does occasionally appear before other commissions for, such as planning, OCII, the Board of Appeals, there's really no appreciable overlap between that and what the Arts Commission does. So we think that the staff has struck the right balance in recommending the waiver be adopted, and we strongly urge the commission to grant this limited waiver.
Thank you very much. Thanks to both of you for appearing and presenting. And Mr. Moderator, if you could invite the first public commenter.
Welcome, caller.
Thank you. Good afternoon, commissioners. My name again is Ali Al-Taha, and I want to give you some feedback, if you don't mind, please, regarding what I have just heard, specifically the party line by the attorney that works for the mayor's office. I have heard things in my life, and this is one of the funniest I've ever heard in my life, to be honest with you. He's talking about diversity, he's talking about vacancy, he's talking about he can't find anybody except one person. And let me quantify one item, and let me be on the record. The gentleman that is being recommended to an appointment, never met him in my life. His line of business is completely different than mine. But I want to remind you on one thing. Every time I hear about a waiver, it reminds me of Juliet at the San Francisco PUC and how Harlan Kelly also gave her the same treatment because she's the only qualified person. San Francisco is a very diverse city. San Francisco have a lot of minorities, just like this candidate, and San Francisco have a lot of other professionals that are not engaged in doing business with the city. I can tell you again from my experience, and as I've proven to you earlier today, anytime there is a commissioner, there is always, and if that commissioner has work with an agency, with the school districts, I cannot tell you how many commissioners that I know that are in the business of doing construction in school districts that are actually our commissioners on the same school districts. So I urge you again, in light of everything that we have been hearing about all the corruption in San Francisco, specifically the school districts in San Francisco, do not give waivers to anything. If there is a conflict, that is a conflict. If there is no conflict, let it go. But in this particular case, and again, I beg the gentleman, because I'm not taking this person with him and I've never met him in my life, please do not make any waivers. A conflict is a conflict. There's no gray. There's either white or black. Thank you.
Thank you. I want to be clear, though, for the record, this is not a request for a waiver of a conflict of interest, which would, per se, this is a waiver of a rule that we have about the ability of someone who is on a commission to appear on behalf of a client in front of another commission or board or permit bureau. So it's not, this is not a waiver of a, state or local conflict of interest law per se. This is a additional layer of protection that is in the government conduct code vis-a-vis the role and responsibility of commissioners. So I do hear the speaker's comment, but I just want, for the record, that's not what the commission's being asked to do. We're not waiving a conflict of interest per se. So I do want to ask the next public speaker to comment, please.
Okay. Welcome, caller.
Good afternoon, commissioners. My name is Rod Henley, and I'm here to speak in support of Yakuh Askew's request for a limited waiver. Actually, my script originally said good morning, but I know it's been a very long day for you all. I have known Yakuh for 11 years. We first met through NOMA, the National Organization of Minority Architects, in which we are both active. I am Director of Design at HKIT Architects, and our two offices have collaborated on 4 affordable housing projects in San Francisco, including 3 that replace dangerous, decrepit public housing with new high-quality homes. He's a talented architect, committed social justice advocate, and lifelong San Francisco resident who understands and supports his community. I'm convinced he will be an excellent fine arts commissioner, as he has an astute visual eye, understands well the issues of art and design in the public realm, is a well-spoken and thoughtful critic, and embodies community concerns. His heritage will also enrich the commission and allow it to be more representative of a broader cross-section of San Francisco. As a small firm owner, his personal involvement in Y Studio's architectural work and public process is critical. He takes a lead role in community and public agency presentations such as those made to the Planning Commission. He is the key voice of the office, and I'm sure you can understand how if he is not granted this waiver, serving on the commission would impose very difficult constraints on him and his office. Finally, I support the waiver because Yakuh is Yakuh. As I know he would not allow his involvement in the commission to ever benefit his business or personal interests. He is one of the most honorable persons I have known, upfront, straightforward, and honest. To grant him this waiver will allow him to serve on the Arts Commission and to enrich the city and its residents through his input and expertise. I respectfully ask you to grant this request. Thank you.
Mr. Moderator, I believe you said there's a third caller on the line.
Yes. Welcome, caller. Hello, caller. Hello, caller. Are you still there? Caller? The caller seems to be unresponsive. Hello, caller. You're on the line. Caller, are you still there? Mr. Ambrose, the caller is unresponsive.
All right, I assume there's no way that you can ping somebody so that they wake up and know that it's their turn after 6 hours of maybe waiting for us to come to them. But so go ahead and keep the public comment line active to give that person a chance to get back to the phone while I ask the commissioners if they have any questions or comments about this proposal. I need to close public comment before I take a motion. So any movement on the public comment line? Mr. Moderator, do you see any stirring?
There is another caller that just joined us. Let me put that caller through.
All right, if you would, please. Thank you.
I just heard housing.
Hello, caller.
Hi, Commissioners. Mark Solomon again. I just heard about the Housing Authority, which raised some concerns. We're looking at DBI and planning as well. And there are added problems here because having the imprimatur of a commission appointment that is conveyed before a decision-making body on entitlements kind of conveys the imprimatur of the mayor when they do that. And that's what the real problem is here, is that when they do their jobs, they have this special little gold star on their shoulders before mayoral appointees that would make their work, whether they want to or not, carry a bit more salience with the decision-making body, and that turns into money. I'd like to know, has the nominee had, or the petitioner had any experience with Rodrigo Santos and doing any work with him in his operation? And I'll listen on the line. Thank you very much.
I want to, let's see, Jared, have we?
Let me try back with that caller that was previously unresponsive.
Right, before we proceed with commission discussion, I want to make sure we've exhausted public comment.
Welcome, caller. Are you there? Hello, caller. Are you there? The caller is still unresponsive, Chair.
All right, then I'm actually going to close public comment and proceed with commission discussion. I don't see any hands yet. I do want to, I'm going to give Mr. Askew an opportunity for any follow-on comment that he has. I mean, in my long career in city government, I did have an opportunity to work with the Arts Commission on their various public art projects. I understand their role in reviewing civic building structures, whether it's a pump house for the water department or, you know, something along the port. I recognize the importance of having somebody who brings a unique and informed perspective to that discussion. And I hear the report from the mayor's office and the concern about how we would exclude small architects, people who have hands-on projects in the community, addressing, you know, the myriad of issues that come up in terms of historic preservation and neighborhood preservation and context, et cetera. And I really like the idea of having somebody on the Art Commission who has that integral exposure, as opposed to just somebody who works for Skidmore or Owens and Mayoral and designs high-rises in Hong Kong. Not to say that that perspective isn't also important on our Arts Commission, but I also recognize that you can't meet the charter requirement and be an architect and also be in business and not have to show up at the Planning Commission or DBI or at the Fire Commission to get a permit, because that's not, you know, if we have problem with somebody on the Art Commission also doing business in the realm of architecture, then we should change the requirement and amend the charter and not say that somebody in the Art Commission needs to know anything about architecture, because those two things, I would argue, are exactly what the waiver is designed to address. This unique circumstance where we want the expertise, we want the insight, and we want to put limits on it. I mean, clearly, you're not going to be able to represent one of your clients who are before the art commission or on a matter where a decision of one of those other bodies is going to affect your personal remuneration on a project. But with all that said, I would be prepared to move for granting the waiver in this item, and I would entertain a second.
Second.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Smith. And with that, Mr. Askew, I'm going to give you a moment just if you have anything that you want to add here. If not, I'm going to call the moderator to call the roll.
I don't. I just want to say thank you.
You're welcome, and thank you for agreeing to serve. I wish you well. Those meetings can be pretty intense sometimes. So, Mr. Flores, if you would please call the roll on the motion, which is before the commission, moved by Chair Ambrose, seconded by Commissioner Smith, to approve the waiver request for regarding compensated advocacy restriction for Yakuh Askew, as stated in the commission meeting. I don't want to recite whatever limitations are. I'm assuming they're memorialized. Correct, Mr. Ford?
Yep, that is correct. Yeah, the memo, staff memo attached to agenda item 10 explains exactly which departments and which city staff Mr. Askew would be able to engage in compensated advocacy with.
Okay, all right, very well then. Mr. Moderator, can you please call the roll?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will now call the roll. Commissioner Bush?
Yes.
Commissioner Chu?
Yes, I also wanted to add that in particular.
Oh, Commissioner Chu, if you can, your microphone, please.
I'm muted.
Mute.
There we go. Okay.
My vote is yes, but I also wanted to note for the record that at this moment in time, in the evolution and development of our city and country with the Black Lives Matter movement, I think it is absolutely critical to have people of color in the room at the table making decisions about public art and cultural policy in San Francisco. And I wholeheartedly support this waiver and want to thank Mr. Askew for his willingness to serve.
Thank you. Okay, that's 1, 2.
All right, so we'll now continue the roll call. Vice Chair Lee?
Yes.
Commissioner Smith?
Yes.
Chair Ambrose?
Yes.
With 5 votes in the affirmative and no votes opposed, the motion has been unanimously approved.
All right. Thank you very much and congratulations. As I had mentioned previously, before we take up agenda item 11, which is the staff policy report, we're going to take a 5-minute recess. I need to grab some crackers or something so I don't faint. Anyway, we'll be back in 5 minutes for, I assume this is you, Mr. Ford, who are going to give the policy staff report.
Correct.
All right, very good. Look forward to it. See you in 5.
All right. We will now move into practice session mode.
Great.
Chair Ambrose, I was wondering if when Commissioner Chu comes back, if I could take a minute to quickly troubleshoot some microphone issues with her.
SF Gov TV, San Francisco Government Television.
No, sorry, that was from the last agenda item. I will unraise my hand.
Okay.
Thanks for noticing that.
All right, everyone. All right. So if everyone can remain silent, I'll go ahead and switch us over to back to live session. Okay, we're back in live session now. Chair Ambrose, please begin.
All right, thank you very much, moderator. We're resuming the Ethics Commission meeting, and we're going to call agenda item 11, which is the discussion of the monthly staff policy report. And I guess we should say the multi-monthly staff policy report. If any members of the public intend to offer public comment for this item, they should dial in now and enter *3 to be added to the public comment queue. Mr. Ford, we look forward to your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Ambrose. Yes, this report does cover more than 1 month. You haven't heard from us since February. So this, I guess, comprises 4 or so months of work, although I will note that as Director Pelham mentioned, I was out for about a month serving in the EOC. I was doing procurement of PPE along with John Kim from our office. We were both doing that. And Tommy McLean from our office was actually our supervisor. So we had a little ethics cohort there in the operations division of the EOC. So though I didn't put that in the policy report, glad to talk to you offline sometime about that if you're ever interested. But as to the report itself, I think what I'd like to do is actually take it in reverse order here. The report, as always, is divided into 2 parts. The first part talks about the policy projects that are ongoing that have been identified in the policy prioritization plan. And the second part talks about all the other stuff that policy division works on. And since this month, I've included the policy prioritization plan for your review. And I think that's probably what you'll be more interested in actually talking about. I'll talk about that second. So that will be a smoother segue into your discussion. And so I'll actually start on page 5 of the policy report, section 2, under the heading Miscellaneous Policy Administrative Projects. And I'll just briefly recap those, and then I'll go into the policy projects proper. So a number of items came up over the really the first half of the year. And I put some of the more notable ones here. So the first one I discussed in the report is the post-election public financing report. So this report is one that the code requires that the Ethics Commission deliver to the Board of Supervisors and the mayor after each election in which at least one candidate receives public financing. The public financing program, of course, is the program we administer whereby supervisorial or mayoral candidates can receive public funds to help run their campaigns. And after one or more candidates has made use of this program, we deliver basic statistics about the operation of the program to the board and the mayor so that they can understand things like how many candidates sought public financing, how many received public financing, what was the total amount of public financing they received, how were the spending limits adjusted in the races, just so they can get an overview of the program. This report is separate from the public financing review project, which was the 18-month or so long project that changed many aspects of the program. And this report is also separate from what staff hopes to do sometime in the near future, which is to go back and review how those changes actually played out and to try to assess, if we can, what effects the review project had on the program. So this report is not that report. This is a fairly, by comparison, narrow report that just seeks to deliver on our statutory obligation to inform the board and the mayor of what's going on with the program year to year. As to the more comprehensive analytical report about the public financing review project, Obviously we've got a big election this year, but also election that's taking place under some pretty unique circumstances. So we'll definitely be looking at how the public financing program performed in the 2020 elections, but it may require some additional data from subsequent elections to get a better idea of how the program performed in a normal election. So you'll definitely be hearing more from me in the future on that one, and we look forward to doing that more analytical review down the road. Another item that I've been devoting some attention to is the public advocate ballot measure. This is a ballot measure that potentially could create, if approved by the voters, a new elected office called the public advocate that has fairly broad duties and powers, but essentially is designed to root out corruption, fraudulent use of taxpayer money, abuse of public trust, etc. And anyone can make a complaint to the public advocate. Public advocate would have some investigatory powers and then would have the ability to make recommendations to the board. There are some crossover elements in the legislation that touches on the Ethics Commission, which is why I've been looking at it and why I put it here. And in particular, I highlighted some language in my report that is contained in this legislation that essentially says that the public advocate can receive complaints arising under the Campaign and Governmental Conduct Code, the code that this department administers. And if they do receive such a complaint, they have to refer it to our office and to the city attorney and district attorney. However, if the public advocate does not approve of how the Ethics Commission handles the complaint, the public advocate would have the ability to recommend a different resolution of the complaint. Also, if the complaint isn't handled in what the public advocate considers to be a reasonable time, the public advocate could intervene. And ultimately, the public advocate would have the ability to conduct an independent investigation of the complaint and to recommend to the Board of Supervisors and the mayor that the Ethics Commission should have handled the complaint differently, and can recommend the legislation says administrative, legislative, or budgetary action to the board about that. So I highlight that for you just so that you know about it. I did engage with.
Interrupt you just for a second on that point. I was just looking at, and just so you know too, because we have your written report and the public has your written report. You don't have to read things that you have, quoted and copied into the document. But what I would like to know is where this proposed ballot measure is. It doesn't say whether or not it's already qualified for the ballot or if it's on in November. And I was just trying to look at the clerk of the board hearing. It looks like it might still be in Rules Committee for consideration.
Yeah, I believe that is the status of it right now. So,
okay, so is it past the deadline to qualify for the November ballot, or is it being teed up in order to qualify for the November ballot?
I believe they're still on track if you have it on the November ballot. I don't think that deadline is passed yet.
Okay, and then, I mean, my understanding is that the commission certainly would be precluded from taking a position on the ballot measure should it be on the ballot. I don't know what the rules are in terms of if we're expected to provide comment about measures that affect the Ethics Commission as they're being considered at the board. Can you enlighten me on that? Have you ever made a presentation at Rules about a pending ballot measure on behalf of the Ethics Commission?
Yeah, I mean, you highlight a definite concern, which is the Ethics Commission regulates ballot measure campaigns, so we cannot take a position on a ballot measure.
Right, exactly.
This one is not a ballot measure yet. It's still in pre-ballot measure form, but nonetheless, I do avoid taking a position on I would say the fundamental policy merits of a ballot measure. So I don't engage with the sponsors of ballot measure legislation as to whether or not it's a good idea to have a public advocate. I consider that to be too fundamental to the measure, where it would then appear that the Ethics Commission had supported or opposed the measure. However, I will engage and do engage with the sponsors on what I would call procedural or administrative aspects of it. So, for example, Jeff Pierce and I did provide some feedback to the sponsors about some changes we thought they should make, which was to incorporate the whistleblower program into this, so that if an individual participated in a public advocate investigation, that would be activity that then they could not be retaliated against for engaging in.
Okay, I don't want to go too far into the substance of the feedback. I just wanted to put the frame around this particular topic so we knew where it was in the city's, sort of public process. So anyway, I'm going to let you go back to your staff report. Thank you for answering my questions. And I do see a hand from Commissioner Chu because she waved and flagged at me again. I'm sorry. If you wanted to interject here, please do.
Yes, thank you, Chair Ambrose. I had a question about the process. And so I understand that it's the practice not to take a position on the advisability or desirability of a ballot measure or potential ballot measure. But the provisions that you just highlighted in terms of investigation, it creates, I think, some confusion about which entity to go to if there is a complaint and who investigates, and that if the Ethics Commission doesn't investigate in a timely fashion, like what's timely. Is there a possibility, and would it be appropriate to engage with the sponsors to provide a little more clarity and clear lines of responsibility and authority and accountability on these measures going forward before it goes to the voters? And if it gets passed, then it would become that much more difficult to change we'd have to go back to the voters to change any of those provisions if it's a not perfect law that gets passed, then we all have to live with it after the fact. And if we can identify some of the issues and kind of forestall some and prevent any kind of confusion or difficulty down the road, I think that would be worth doing.
So I can tell you that for the feedback that I did provide them, which pertained to the whistleblower program, that their response was that they were not interested in amending the legislation, that they would prefer to have any amendments at this point be done through follow-on legislation. So even if I were to raise this issue of, trying to more clearly describe the nature of the public advocate's oversight role over the Ethics Commission, I suspect I would get the same answer from them at this point, especially since, as Chair Ambrose highlighted, they're getting pretty late in the year here, so they're probably eager to try and get this thing on the ballot, and I think that's why they're not receptive to recommendations for amendments at this point.
Just as a follow-up to that, can you clarify, Pat, for for my benefit and fellow commissioners and those listening online, if there is a ballot measure and there are subsequent changes that want to be made legislatively afterwards, is the requirement to go back to the voters to do that, or could the board, and if it relates to the Ethics Commission, enact legislation by the 2/3 majority, enact those changes?
So correct me if I'm wrong, Deputy City Attorney Shen, but I believe it depends on whether or not the legislation itself has amendment language.
That's correct.
So I think the issue, here is whether or not this ballot measure contains that. I'd have to look, although I think that it is able to be amended through the regular legislative process, since the sponsors are already talking about follow-on legislation. So unless they misunderstand the nature of this, I think that they will be able to do follow-on legislation, and we do intend at this point to engage with them on that to try and get this whistleblower language in. So, at that point, we could try to also have them create some more clarity over, what is this dynamic between the two offices on investigations.
Thank you. And I would actually, if the power to amend the legislation is not included in the ballot measure, I would ask and recommend that that be brought to their attention so they could include that going forward. Otherwise, their ability to address additional issues legislatively will be hamstrung, as well as ours. And it would also just encourage them to, the more time you spend thinking through some of the potential issues on the front end, it can save a lot of headache on the back end.
Yeah, noted. Thank you. I will. I'll definitely explore that.
Okay, thank you then. And you're correct. That is exactly, it has to be written in there. So if you want to move on, you were going to tell us about some FPPC reviews. I'm just looking at your report and Prop F litigation, and I don't know how much detail you were going to go into those before you take us back to the main item, but I want to give the floor back to you to do that.
I think minimal detail would be just fine here. So yeah, the final items here, the FPPC is engaging in some kind of policy review of their behested payment rules. I think the exact scope of that project is still getting sorted out. They were supposed to have a meeting on Monday of their Law and Policy Committee. I believe that has been canceled at this point. So it's still evolving, but they did reach out to our office to seek some information from us about what our experience has been with our local behested payment rules. So we provided that feedback to them, and we'll be watching what their process is and participating in any way they would find helpful. Another development I did not put in this report, but another development from the FPPC is a new regulation that requires that when a committee reports a contribution from an LLC, that the committee lists the name of the LLC and the name of an individual who is responsible for directing the political contributions from the LLC. So that's a rule that we will now be enforcing for our committees. I've already worked with the Engagement and Compliance Division, so they'll be working that rule into the website and into the reporting guide next time that comes out. So that's another state legislative update. And then the Prop F litigation, I mean, at this point, we're in a holding pattern. It's in the Ninth Circuit. The city attorney's office is handling this, and we support them in whatever way we can, and we'll be, eager to see what the outcome is and to hear their guidance to us as to how this will affect disclaimer rules and our administration of them.
Great. Thank you. Yeah, and thanks to Commissioner Bush, who had, at least to my attention, called the new FPPC rules on LLC disclosure. I'm glad that you were able to quickly reflect that in our local laws. So that's good to hear.
Yeah, the FPPC is they're very good about sending updates. So I've had an email about that regulation update a couple of weeks ago, and was able to forward that to our engagement and compliance team. So they do a good job. The FPPC does a good job on notifying us of that.
Right.
So
and I understand that our rules, not automatically, because obviously somebody has to pick it up and move forward, but that we, in our government conduct code, we recognize the Political Practices Act, and we, for the most part, incorporate that sort of interpretation or application in our rules, although we have additional rules that belong to San Francisco. Is that also your understanding?
So this is a situation where state law is applying directly. So the fundamentals of committee registration and reporting are created by state law. So the Political Reform Act creates all of the rules that we are administering for when a committee files a 410 to set themselves up, when they file a 460 to report their financial activity and what goes on it. Those are all state laws, and we're administering the state code and regulations. So this is a regulation that will apply directly to the local committees that we regulate.
Okay, good. That's good. Thanks for that. My education requires constant filling in of blank spots. So I really appreciate that. Okay, I'm gonna let you go back to your presentation.
Thank you. So at this point, I'll go back and to the top and talk about the policy projects on the policy prioritization plan. At this point, both of the plans both of the projects that remain on the plan are complete. So those two projects were first the policy side of the universal electronic filing of the Form 700. So the two policy components of that project were first to engage in the meet and confer process with employee bargaining units, which took a number of months over mostly 2019. And then once that was complete, to write regulations, which the commission approved in January. And those regulations sat at the board for 2 months. And in March 17th became effective. So those regulations will begin to require e-filing January 1st. But as Director Pelham has already discussed with you, the implementation side of that project is kind of in limbo right now. So pending some further developments on the budgetary side of things, it's not clear when e-filing will actually begin. So, but for purposes of the policy division, my participation in the meet and confer and regulatory part is done. So I consider this project to be completed, but obviously I'll still be available to support other folks in the office as they work on this. The other project, the one I've already mentioned, the public financing review project. In January, lead auditor Rob Hodge and I gave a presentation that sums up all of the staff work that was done over that 18-month project to implement all of the different administrative procedures, all of the new compliance materials, and new things on the website to help people with the project. And I hope we're seeing some good effects of that now. But again, this project is essentially done. So with both of those being finished, there's an appropriate time to bring the policy prioritization plan before you again. With, again, kind of a unfortunate caveat, which is that with the weird budgetary situation that we're in right now, it's difficult to commit to a full-fledged project or give you a really clear indication of exactly what we want to do, only because if we really are going to undergo the kind of budget cuts that the mayor's office is telling us we need to undergo right now, there's probably going to be some changes in what we're doing right now. Projects will be moved around. The work that different staff are doing will probably be shuffled to some extent. So that's why the language in the policy prioritization plan here is somewhat tentative. I try and sketch out what I want to do, what I think we should do, what I think is important to do right now. But I do stop short of saying that it's what we can do, because I'm not 100% sure. So I just want to be completely upfront and transparent that that's kind of where I am right now.
And actually, on that point, to the executive director, this policy prioritization plan is not an action item, it's a presentation. The theory, I think, is that we're going to wait to see how persuasive we are at the board in August. And then when we come back in September, we're going to revisit this with you, with the executive director, Mr. Ford, and actually have a discussion and action item to go forward with the new slate of policy prioritization in a pragmatic way, when we know actually what resources we have and what challenges are before us. So I want to hear your the suggestions and hopeful thoughts that you have, presuming that we had the resources. And I particularly agree that the first one that you lay out here is of critical importance. But I just wanted to give the commissioner some perspective. We're not going to vote on what Pat should be doing today. We're going to wait to see where we're at right after the budget and then bring it to the commission in the beginning of September and come up with an action plan. Okay? All right, go ahead. Oh, no, I'm sorry. Commissioner Bush, you wanted to comment.
I know that you're going to be reworking the policy prioritization plan. But my concern is that we only have 3 commission meetings left before the November election. And there are some things that I believe would be valuable to do in advance of the November election, and which I don't see on the list. For example, I do think that a policy change is needed to require permit expediters to be prohibited from making contributions or giving gifts. You know, the issue that we've got now before the enforcement agencies. I also think that now I'm trying to deal with too many screens at one time. I think that election day filing, the commission took this up once before, didn't follow through. A lot of money is spent on election day with get out the vote stuff. And that makes a big difference. It'll turn an election. And yet our system as it exists now is that we only report spending until the day before the election and not on election day. So I think that that's something that needs to be taken a look at. A third thing is the whole question of incompatible activities. You've talked about some of the loopholes, but if you look at the departmental incompatible activities, you'll see that there are some that are built-in loopholes. Like, for example, commissioners in some commissions are allowed to do fundraising for nonprofits that receive funds from their own commission. Well, what does that sound like? Anything that we've just seen? Yes, it does. So I would like to suggest that when you come back before us, that you slate some of the things in that are very timely before the November election. And those are the permit consultant disclosure and prohibitions, the campaign consultants, the strategic advisors, the question of slate mailers, election day filing, and incompatible activities. That's my comment.
Great. Yeah, I mean, I'm always glad to, work with any commissioner on potential projects to put on the plan. I do want to be upfront and manage expectations right now, which is that having any legislation in place and operative before the November election is probably not realistic. I've never seen legislation go from, inception to operative date in 4 months, which is how far we are out from the election right now. So I don't see that as being feasible, but yeah, more than happy to work with you and incorporate those ideas into, I mean, it sounds like some of them could be incorporated into the project, which I'm hoping we will begin shortly, which is a conflict of interest review. Some of them sound, like they're within that realm.
I think they would be, but my 20 years of working in the city tells me that when the moment is hot to move, that it is indeed hot. And you can certainly get something through the board and signed within 2 months. And things like permit expediters being able to make contributions and give gifts is not something that's going to take a whole lot of debate at the Board of Supervisors.
The chair here, and we could ask for, let's just take that as an example. It's certainly something that I'm assuming would require action by the commission, action by the board, and then referral back to the commission. Isn't that the way it works? I mean, that would be an amendment of the
campaign finance.
Right. Well, for the gift rules, I mean, it's not just campaign finance. You're talking about gifts to city officials. So it's a city code requirement that relates to ethics. Am I understanding correctly that if we initiate that, it goes to the board. If the board makes any changes, they send it back. If they don't make any changes, then they could put it up for, for the committee hearing in 2 readings. Is that how?
That is my understanding as well. And there's also yet another option, and that is if things get to be too bogged down, the commission with 4 votes could put that on the ballot themselves.
Right. Although obviously we're going to save that for things where we think that there's whatever resistance or the need for public engagement. I don't think we're going to get any pushback on this particular, or frankly, any of the 3 things that you brought up. I think the election day filing is a different question just because of the timing of, the flow. I'm not sure how you solve that technical, but just in terms of changing the gift rule on permit expediters, and I guess, on a separate note, maybe we can work with the city attorney's office, because it would seem a permit expediter is an agent of a person who has a matter pending before the city. So I'm not sure what the disclosure requirements are already for, an agent of someone who has that pending before the city, if there's not something we can already tag onto, but.
They have to disclose who their clients are and how much they're being paid and which offices they're reaching out to. And then they have to report any contributions above $100.
But there's nothing about people accepting, they're not they're still limited to the $50. There's a disclosure after $50, nothing more than whatever, is it 400 now? Nobody's ever.
Right.
So they are limited by that basic rule, but my question, I'm assuming what you want to do is make them a restricted source?
Just like lobbyists or campaign donors, so that they can't contribute, they can't bundle, and they can't make gifts. That's what it comes down to.
Okay.
So what I've seen in the past is the easiest thing to do is to simply copy what exists as accepted law and apply it to a situation that is directly relevant. And I think that permit expediters are probably most relevant to expenditure lobbyists as opposed to contact lobbyists. So they could be either one. Because what they're doing is seeking approval for a client, and they're doing it for pay. Obviously, it's relevant now because of what the controller's report comes out with.
Why aren't they just an expenditure lobbyist by definition? But anyway.
Well, an expenditure lobbyist is somebody who reaches out to the general public but does not make contact directly with elected officials. Those are called contact lobbyists.
Okay, I'm sorry, I missed the term. And you know what? I realize we're getting into the substance of an actual legislative amendment without having it on the counter, and I'm sure there might be a few people wanting to present on that.
You're right. I'm sure to require an interested person's meeting.
Yeah, that might be a good topic if it is something that you are planning on having a session with interested persons on. I'm going to let you go back, Mr. Ford, to your agenda, just because I realize we're getting away from what are, we still have Mr. Pierce's enforcement report, and we want to hear other new matters for commissioners to put on the agenda, and I do want to get us out of here before we lose Commissioner Smith. So I'm going to hand the microphone back to you, Pat, and ask you to go back to talking about what you hope to do should you have the resources to do it.
Sure. So essentially, a review of gift rules would be the core of this project. Obviously, there's a lot of discussion of improper gifts right now. I think adding to the list of people who can't give gifts is within the ambit of that. So adding permit expediters, expenditure lobbyists, et cetera. I think that dovetails nicely with this. But it could go broader. It could also include other kinds of conflict of interest rules too. It could touch behested payments. There's been a lot of discussion of behested payments right now, and that potentially could dovetail with the behested payments work that the FTPC is doing right now. Might be a good time to look at that as well. And I expect that, as Mr. De La Rosa talked about earlier, that we'll see more information come out from the Comptroller's office and the City Attorney's office that will help this project be rooted in good information. He talked about how they'll be looking at friends of groups. So I think that we'll probably learn a little bit about behested payments and potentially gifts when that information comes out. So that would be a big part of this project, is building on the information that we're learning from these offices that are issuing subpoenas and doing wiretaps and doing really impressive information gathering projects, and seeing what that tells us about the state of things in the city and where we need to improve our laws. So that would be the foundational idea of this project. The other one that I listed here is one that's already ongoing, that I've already been working on, that will continue to require my time, which is to support the city's biennial review of the Form 700 filer list. So this is a list of city employees who have to file the Form 700, and every 2 years departments have to review it. So this is something I've been working on. It's kind of running in the background all the time. It's not a huge project, but it is something that I do need to continue to work on. So this would be kind of a second kind of subordinate project, with the conflict of interest project being the main one. And as you mentioned, Chair Ambrose, this would be something where we'd want to have interested persons meetings, and we would want to talk with them about their ideas and about draft legislation, be engaging with members of the board, with community groups, all the people who we always want to work with every time we're looking at legislation. And that's part of why these projects do take a while, because we want to do them right. We want to engage with people, have a good process, and that's definitely what we would endeavor to do here. So that's all for me. I know we've got a lot of other things to do, so I will stop there.
Yeah, and Commissioner Bush, I see your hand is up. I don't know if that's from before or anew.
It's from before. I'm sorry. I'll take it down.
No problem. And obviously this is a continuing conversation, so I'm going to leave it at that, if I might. And if I don't hear any specific questions right now for you from commissioners, I do want to ask our moderator to find out if we have public comment waiting, so that we can start to engage those speakers.
Madam Chair, we have currently one caller in queue.
All right, if you would please call that person to the microphone.
Okay. Hello,
so
caller.
that person is Francisco da Costa.
Hello, caller.
So commissioners, I think so that if the Ethics Commission doesn't strengthen itself, you'll fade away. I know this pandemic is going to go on for a couple of years, 2 years for sure. And this virtual type of meetings just keeps the community out. For example, right now y'all have this 408 number, and if anyone calls this 408 number, they have to pay more money. You know, if it's a 415 number, it's rather, it's not too expensive. But if it's a 408 number, and y'all have no clue about it, but now y'all do. The other thing about having this advocate, people are fed up because they see nothing coming out from the Sunshine Task Force, and they see too many commissioners from the Ethics Commission jumping ship for whatever reason. So what are the people going to do? In the 60s, people fought for the Sunshine Task Force. They fought for the Ethics Commission so that we could have some accountability and transparency. Now, one of those long timers is Mark Solomon. He's spoken today twice or three times. For me to come to pay attention to this and how long it takes, I have other work to do, you know. Nobody is funding me, nor will I take some money from anybody to be funded. I have one case with the controller's office. It's taking about 3 years. I did all the heavy lifting. So as much as the controller talks what he talks,
would you like me to go
and others talk what they talk, who's going to walk the walk? I'm glad we have Mr. Bush, because of his experience, to bring some enlightenment. And what Mr. Bush is saying, you can do something in a month or two if you have the clout. But if you want to go into legalese and make all these laws and spend time in writing and discussing and beating around the bush, will be right there. So we need to have the ability to have clout, so that this crooks who are hoodwinking us in broad daylight can be dealt with. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Moderator, are there any further commenters in the queue?
No, there are no more callers in queue.
All right, then I'm going to close public comment on this item, and there is no action required for the commission. We're not adopting the plan of action. As I said, we're going to focus on getting the resources that we need so that we can do everything that Mr. Ford identified and more. And with that, I'd like to go ahead and call agenda item 12, which would be the discussion of the monthly staff enforcement report. And that would be Mr. Pierce.
Thank you, Chair Ambrose, Vice Chair Lee, Commissioners, welcome. Commissioner Bush.
Before you start, Mr. Pierce, on my script, the moderator is supposed to advise that if there are any members of the public who want to comment on this item, they can dial in now and enter *3 to be added to the public comment queue. And at some point, not now, I want to follow up on the last caller's comment that if people have to call a 408 number, they have to spend more money on their phone than if it was a 415 number, and see what SFG TV has to say about that. Because there's no reason to run up somebody's phone bill for a 6-hour meeting. We got to find out if that's a problem for people. All right, thanks.
Sure. Well, and thank you, commissioners, for your stamina today. I know that we are deep in the woods on this one, so I'll try to be concise. The report, I think, on the whole speaks for itself. I provided a number of updates to you of various kinds this month, in part because we've not had a meeting in several months, in part, obviously, because of extraordinary developments coming out of the U.S. Attorney's Office and the City Attorney's Office, and in part because we've just turned over from one fiscal year to another. So you've heard updates elsewhere about the public corruption investigation. I did provide a list of specific developments there in case commissioners wish to have a discussion about it. I assume that you have had access to the same information that we have, and I would note only that if the Ethics Commission were involved in investigating any of the matters arising from the Mohammed Nuru scandal or relatedly, that the charter and due process considerations would prevent us from discussing our involvement here. But I can pause and invite any questions or discussion about the work of the City Attorney's Office, the U.S. Attorney's Office, or the Controller's Office.
I don't see any hands raised. I think all of the commissioners, no doubt, have been following it as closely as it is possible to do so as a essentially member of the public. So there, and because we did have the benefit, or at least I did, I also watched the government audit committee. So I don't think we need the to revisit the specific items with respect to the, I'm just going to group it, the public corruption ongoing investigations. So I'm going to invite you to move to the things that are more specific to the Ethics Commission that's work that you wanted to share with us.
Thank you, Chair Ambrose. So I mentioned in this month's enforcement report, and I had mentioned earlier in some discussion with Commissioner Bush that staff have prepared a proposal related to expanding the fixed penalty policy. Senior investigator Eric Willett took the lead on consulting stakeholders from other agencies and within Commission staff. Unfortunately, the pandemic and the concomitant, the endless budget cycle that we have discussed today have really prevented the executive director and I from having a meaningful conversation about what the final state of that proposal might be. Although it is a fairly robust proposal, the list of violations that we would intend to include there is roughly 40 long, and we have prepared draft regulations that govern both eligibility and penalty amounts. So I would put a question to commissioners at this point. I know from prior meetings, the intent was that we would bring to the commission that proposal before shopping it at interested person meetings, but given where we are in the calendar, I'll just poll you now if you might like staff, after the executive director and I have a chance to finalize staff's own proposal, whether we might bring it directly to interested persons before bringing it back to the commission.
I'm going to ask you just really quickly to, I've got your agenda item describing the fixed penalty concept, but if you want to answer any questions that the commissioners might have about that, I'm actually, for the record, I'm in favor of engaging with the interested persons and stakeholders groups on an ongoing iterative basis as you go back and forth from the commission. I'd hate to see something fall, 30 days behind, since we only meet once a month, because you're waiting for us to give the thumbs up to go talk to people about what might be a good idea. So for what it's worth, I would say go, solicit feedback, participation, and we'll be looking forward to seeing what we could do on that in the near future. Anybody else have a contrary view? Otherwise, I'm going to not ask for a show of hands, since we don't actually do that in the Ethics Commission per se. But okay, that's good to know. Thank you.
Sure. Okay. So similarly, we've been working internally on developing an online complaint filing system. Tyler Field from the EDA division has worked very closely with me on that. We have created a prototype of that. We've done some beta testing internally. I've gotten some really good feedback from members of the staff, and Tyler and I will work to implement revisions based on that feedback, and then we will make the beta testing available to counterparts in other organizations before we go live with it as a kind of pilot project. But the goal is, of course, to make it easier for the public to engage with the enforcement division, to file complaints in a more readily available manner, and at the same time to provide immediate guidance to potential complainants about whether some other agency instead of us is better situated to handle the allegations that concern them. So again, regrettably, given present circumstances, we don't have that tool ready to present to you today. But if there are questions about that, I can field any.
Any comments about, I guess, when you do bring it back, I am going to be interested just in terms of how you manage any evidence that they might provide electronically, how you're storing that information, which has to be confidential. I mean, some of these complaints they are to be confidential. They're in the nature of whistleblower complaints. So we can delve into that after you're done with your development and beta testing, but I think it's a good idea. It's just you're going to have to be really careful about your protocols.
Okay, understood. Thank you, Chair Ambrose. Okay, separately, just quickly, some highlights from the fiscal year review we provided this month. Statistics of various kinds and compared them to the same statistics that we provided at this time a year ago and from 2 years ago. Just in brief, we in the last year received about the same number of complaints that we did in the prior year, but we increased by half the number of complaints that we handled through this consultation and no further action protocol, where we take informal complaints that clearly fall outside of our jurisdiction, and we don't move them to the docket. We just give immediate guidance and feedback to those complainants. We also resolved this year more than twice as many open investigations as we did last year, and about 3 times as many as we did the year before that. We resolved investigations or dismissed complaints at the number of about 100, which is roughly 25% greater than the number of complaints that we received this year. So in terms of making headway against a backlog, we would like to think that we're making progress there. And then lastly, to note, we closed more than 25 investigations this year through the exercise of discretion, based on the guidance that the Commission blessed at the meeting that we had in August, where we discussed the kinds of factors that staff might consider in how to implement prosecutorial discretion. Any questions about those numbers? Okay, lastly, just, Chair Ambrose?
No, it's fine.
No. Okay, lastly, just the programmatic updates. You heard from Executive Director Pelham already about the number of disaster service work deployments that the Ethics Commission has made available to the city. I was deployed. Senior Investigator Eric Willett was deployed. Thomas McLean, who addressed you in November about our whistleblower jurisdiction, is currently deployed. And just briefly, Thomas, Pat Ford mentioned that Thomas supervised him and John Kim. Thomas was promoted to a management position even before he showed up on day 1. And then his initial deployment was extended, and we have since received a request to extend him a second time. And so the Commission will, unfortunately, probably for foreseeable future, continue to operate with just 2 investigators because the people at the Emergency Operations Center like Thomas as we like him, and they've worked very hard to keep him. And so in terms of the division's ability to move the docket forward, you will, over the next many months, see some stagnation in the cases that have been assigned to Thomas. We did evaluate potential hazards related to statutes of limitation. We evaluated any shortcomings with respect to evidence going stale, or obviously the value of more expeditious resolutions. Given our staffing levels, what we have mainly decided is that rather than reassign the matters on Thomas's docket to Jeff or Eric, we will probably let them lie fallow until Thomas can return and take hold of them again. But we would be open to feedback about other approaches to how to handle that. And with that, I'll not offer any further comment, and I'm happy to field any questions.
Thank you. Am I unmuted? Yes. Thank you very much, Jeff. I know that there's a lot packed in there, and I promise that one of the next meetings will move you further up on the agenda, so you won't encounter so many starry-eyed commissioners, because all of those things are very important. And please do extend to your staff, because I do understand because of the skill set that you and your staff have as investigators, you're likely much desired by the Emergency Operations Center and your ability to just maneuver in the world. And so we do appreciate it. And you in particular, I understand that you volunteered to be one of those individuals who handled food service for some of the disadvantaged folks who've had to be put up in hotels in San Francisco. And I think that that's the kind of frontline service that nobody anticipated when they signed on to be a city employee, but we really respect and appreciate your work there. And so we're going to cut you slack for at least another 3 days or so. And then after that, we're going to wish you Godspeed and continuing to do all this good work here, because I know you have been working really hard to try and break the backlog and come up with approaches to more efficient and streamlined. And given all the work that is going on the corruption investigations and with the upcoming election, I know we're going to be busy. So keep up the good work, and we'll come back to these issues in some future time. Commissioner Chu, you have your hand up, so I'm going to recognize you if you want to unmute your mic.
Thank you, Chair Ambrose. And I wanted to echo the chair's commendation to you, Jeff, for your own personal service, as well as that of your team and the rest of the staff as well, to help out in this emergency situation. I had two other comments. One was to say congratulations on dismissing 27 cases over 7 last year. I think that's great. We can clear up the docket and allocate the resources toward the highest and best use towards the enforcement agenda. And then secondly, this is in the referrals to Bureau of Delinquent Revenues. Could you just clarify for us the Lynette Suite update? It says here that the legal department has filed a notice of settlement of the entire case with the Superior Court.
That's the one update that's current, because it came not from our usual contact at the Bureau, but from the tax attorney who's handling that matter on our behalf. What we have done is we have submitted to the court a settlement proposal to which Ms. Sweet had agreed a number of months ago, and to which the executive director has since agreed. And so, we maybe Chair Ambrose can speak to the process, or Andrew Chen or Jenica Maldonado, but I believe that the process of submitting that notice of settlement of the whole case is to notify the court about the intent of the parties to settle the matter. I believe the court likely has to provide its approval for that proposed settlement. And once we obtain that approval, then the city could move forward in an attempt to enforce the settlement.
And how much was the settlement for?
If I remember, the settlement was roughly $20,000, but the value was the amount of public finance expenditures that had not been properly accounted for. So the goal, you'll remember from prior meetings, was to make sure that at the very least the city would be made whole, even if there were not additional punitive outcomes to that matter.
That's right. Thank you.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm not going to, Commissioner Bush, your hand is up and I want to give you the floor.
Thank you. On that settlement, is there a provision that says that she will not accept or seek an appointment to a city position for the next X number of years?
No, I believe the settlement only concerns her fiscal liability to the city.
I know that in the case of a past planning commissioner, there was a provision that he not accept or seek another commission appointment for 3 or 4 years. And so it is possible to add something like that. And given the circumstances of the fact that she had served on a number of city boards and commissions, that might be something, if it's not too late, to suggest be included.
Okay, yeah, thank you for the feedback. I'll discuss it with the attorney.
I had a couple of quick questions for you. You know, there used to be, there was a very funny little cartoon that came out of Washington about how a bill becomes a law.
Mhm.
And you saw how it went through the various places. Well, I thought you might be able to do something like that about how a complaint gets resolved. Because complaints come into the Ethics Commission and then they go to the district attorney and the city attorney for a certain period of time and then come back. And then if there are certain kinds of complaints, they may go to MTA. If there's a posters on buses, or if it's a complaint that has to do with somebody in uniform in an ad, it goes to their department. And there's 5 or 6 different types of ways of handling complaints that leave ethics, but you don't really see where they go. You only find out about them when you file a complaint, and then you find out later that it went somewhere else. So I would recommend that it'd be a great idea to create a roadmap so that people who file complaints can know what may happen to the complaint that they filed. And they would feel much more respected about the whole thing. So I wanted to suggest following a complaint. And then I wanted to just see whether you have created a tickler system so that when something goes to the district attorney's office or the city attorney's office, you know when it's due back. And if you could also post the names of city officials who are now disqualified because they failed to timely file after they notified a number of times that they were overdue on filing. Because I think just saying that there's X number who are disqualified without saying what commissions they're on and so forth is not very helpful to the public. So I'm just making those recommendations to you.
Thank you, Commissioner. I can address it in brief, Chair Ambrose, if you'd like, but yeah, I can't promise Commissioner Bush that we would have anything like the power of Schoolhouse Rocks to create an animated musical regarding what happens to a complaint. That having been said, the creation of this online complaint filing system in the long run will include a broader project to revamp the content on the website related to the enforcement process. And one of the aims would be to describe or to illustrate more clearly for the public what that process looks like. And we've seen models of that at peer jurisdictions. So I appreciate the suggestion, and it is something that we will move toward doing. As to the tickler, yes, you're right. As a matter of course, the charter requires that we refer any complaints that we intend to investigate first to the city attorney and the district attorney so that they can take first crack at those. The charter provides that they have 10 business days to respond. Our experience has been that those agencies have been enormously prompt in their response on those referrals. They take very seriously that the charter imposes that limited timeline on them, and they, as a matter of course, get back to us. But we do also have on our docket, on our tracker, information where we note to ourselves any need of follow-up with those agencies if we have not heard back from them.
My experience with that is that they will say, we're going to look into it and get back to you within 10 days, but then they take a year to come back and having looked into it. And I know that there was a resolution passed by the commission that if after 30 or 60 days they didn't take action, then the commission could itself take action pending what it was that they did. And I don't know if that vote has been lost in the midst of time or not.
I think there are actually two separate issues. So one is that the city attorney and district attorney must respond within 10 days if they wish to investigate. And they always do that as a matter of course. I think the policy that you're referring to regards a kind of courtesy hold that the Ethics Commission commits itself to in the event that either the city attorney or district attorney says, yeah, we want this one. So basically we have said, okay, we're going to stand down for a set period of time. And like you, I can't remember, it's not 30 days, it's either 60 or 90, but off the top of my head, I can't, 60?
No, it's something like that. It's not 30 days. That's too fast.
Yeah, it's 90. But we do have, we annotate for ourselves what when that 90th day will come up, and we always check back in with either of those offices who has taken from us, so to speak, a complaint that they want to investigate. We have often in the past continued to stand down if we felt that we had good reason to believe that those offices were actively working the case and that our involvement might impede their ability to handle it successfully.
That's understandable.
I'm gonna jump in here just because we have to hear public comment on this item. And so, Mr. Moderator, if you can.
Chair Ambrose, can I just complete one thought, which is on the referrals that go on to other city departments, those departments are headed by political appointees, unlike ethics. And so there's some question in the minds of people like, okay, you sent it over to MTA, but we know MTA is in the pocket of so-and-so. And so therefore there's some concern about how that happens. I'm just noting that for the record.
And actually, I was going to come back to you. Because we have a 30-second to 60-second delay for requesting public comment, I'm trying to put the request out there and then let the speaker finish up the thought. But I hear that. It is, there is a difference if they get referred out. I'm not surprised to hear that you keep your own internal tickler system to keep track of your docket. And I guess to that end, that may well be some level, something that you can reassure the commissioners about. I mean, those matters are confidential at that point, so we can't just publish a list of every whistleblower complaint and where it stands in the queue, but I'm glad to hear that you are keeping track of it. And Mr. Monitor, do we have any public speakers in the queue for us right now on item number 12?
For item 12, there are currently no callers in line.
All right, then if you think we've had an adequate amount of time pass between our invitation to step forward and this moment, I'm going to close public comment. Okay with that? All right, public comment is closed. This is not an action item for the commission. But thank you very much, Mr. Pearson. We'll be seeing a lot of you as we go forward. I'm going to go ahead and call agenda item 13, which is discussion and possible action on items for future meetings. And with respect to, I'm going to read the moderator's statement, which if there are any members of the public who anticipate offering public comment for this item, you can dial in now and enter *3 to be added to the public comment queue. And then I am going to take the prerogative of going first so that I don't forget the item that I had in mind for future meetings. And it's something that you mentioned also, Commissioner Bush, and that is our need for an annual report. In reviewing the bylaws in anticipation of taking over the chair, there is a specific provision that calls for the chair of the commission and the executive director to report to the commission on the activities and accomplishments of the commission during the past fiscal year, as well as the anticipated needs going forward, particularly as reflected in the budget. And I do apologize because it had been my thought that I might be able to scramble and get it on calendar for July and thus, meet that deadline within 10 days of the end of the fiscal year. But unfortunately, I'm not going to be able to bring something to you for your consideration until the August 14th meeting, but it ties in very well with the conversation that we've had here today about the budget, about our priorities and our desires, going forward. In terms of reciting the activities and accomplishment, I'm going to take a shot at that and ask the staff to help fill that in. The one thing I would add, though, is that in terms of getting an annual report that's in glossy brochure to hand out to the public, my recollection is that the Board of Supervisors has put the kibosh on any of that sort of publication for financial reasons, and because it was becoming too much of a PR industry among city departments to put out glossy brochures. So we will do an annual report. It will be on 8.5 by 11 or digitally, with Word type, etc. And hopefully that is what your expectation was in terms of that annual report.
I think that would be great. Anything you can do electronically is helpful too.
Right, exactly. And we can share it there. All right, Commissioner Chu.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. I had my hand up.
Okay, all right, no problem. On that note, I am done. That's the only item I was planning on putting on the calendar for August, aside from revisiting the budget matters. If any of the commissioners want to identify any specific subjects for August or in general matters that they want the commission to work into the agenda in the months ahead, please raise your hand. Commissioner Lee, you have to unmute your mic, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to have the staff report on the internet political ad review that we were planning to do, but of course it was not a top priority. But given the COVID-19 situation and given the increasing reliance on internet political activities, it would be great if we can have a discussion either for the October, August, or September meeting, just to know, where we are at in terms of online political ads and everything else.
I'm going to ask the executive director to we're not going to get into a substantive discussion of it, but just if you could let us know from a timing point of view, if you think that it would be possible to get a discussion item on that matter for August or September.
Are you looking for feedback right now?
If you'll look into it, then
Sure.
You don't have to give us feedback right now. I just thought if you had already, I wasn't sure. I was reading your face if you wanted to say something. So otherwise, we hear it. She's going to work on it. And do we have any other comments? Okay, you're raising your hand in physically. All right, Commissioner Bush.
I'd like to tag along with what Commissioner Lee just raised. I know that the FPPC is taking a look at social media and how advertisements take place there. And I also think that we might put on the calendar for some future meeting a discussion of how much things have changed, because I noticed that when Mr. Mueller issued his report about Russia and Donald Trump, he said that a substantial amount of information was not available to them because it was conveyed, the communications back and forth were on a system called Snapchat, so that as soon as you read it, it disappeared. Now, the only way I can see around that is to have some requirement that if you open a file, it gets kept for a certain period of time. But you cannot have a file that immediately disappears. But there are other forms of communication that takes place now where you can follow someone or put what they call a geofence around a facility. And that will capture everyone's email who goes into that building. And then you can follow them and continue to propagandize them with information. And this was sort of pioneered here in Northern California by an anti-abortion group. that did this around a family planning clinic and tried to follow any of the women who went into the family clinic to encourage them not to terminate a pregnancy. And that was such a success that it's now being used across the country by all kinds of groups. So I'm not sure how that plays out, other than it's clear it's a new method of trying to influence the public in the direction on a public policy matter that may be before our city. So I'd like to just broaden what Commissioner Lee has suggested and ask that we consult with the FPPC on what they're doing involved with this and any other interested parties and take a look at it down the road.
Thank you. I agree. It is literally a brave new world in that realm, and there are people working in those problems, and to the extent that we can invite them to help us understand, the things that they're doing, that would be advantageous. So also, Executive Director, just keep that in mind, and I'm sure these are also things that keep you awake late at night, scrolling through the news about the latest and greatest way to avoid ethics regulation. With that, especially given the late hour, I am going to jump over to our moderator and ask him to look and see if we have any public comment waiting. Anyone who managed to hang in there for the full 7 hours of this meeting and has one more thing that they want to share with us, please invite them to speak.
Thank you, Chair. I currently do not see any callers lined up for public comments.
All right, then. And commissioners, we'll certainly have many more meetings in this style going forward. Any suggestions that you have about how to make this better for us, or for, if you hear from members of the public, things that they would prefer, please bring them forward, because this is clearly a work in progress. But with that, I do want to thank you all for your time, for your patience, and for your commitment to ethics. I'm going to close public comment on agenda item 13, and I'm going to flip the page and make sure that I am right and that the next item is just a additional opportunity for public comment on matters appearing or not appearing on the agenda pursuant to the Ethics Commission bylaws, Article 7, Section 2. So this is an opportunity for anyone who is out there that wanted to comment not on a specific agenda item, but on anything else that wasn't on the calendar or that is on the calendar. And then, Mr. Moderator, if you could please review the queue and see if anyone is waiting. And then for the Commission's information, as soon as we're done with that, I will be asking for a motion to adjourn for agenda item 15. But first, are there any speakers in the queue on public comment on matters not on the agenda before the Commission?
Madam Chair, I do not see any callers lined up for the public comment section.
All right, then I'm going to close public comment on item 14, and I'm going to call item 15, which is an adjournment. And commissioners, do I have a motion to adjourn this meeting?
I make that motion.
Okay, I think that was a unanimous first motion. Do I have a unanimous second for that motion?
Yes.
All right, very good. If you wouldn't mind calling the roll on adjournment. We're calling the roll on every item just because of the visual hearing aspect of it. So if you could proceed with that.
All right. A motion has been made and seconded to adjourn the meeting. I will now call roll. Commissioner Bush?
Agree.
Commissioner Chu?
Yes.
Vice Chair Lee?
Yes.
Commissioner Smith?
Indeed.
And Commissioner Ambrose?
Yes, I agree. All
With
right,
5
the
votes in the
meeting,
affirmative and no votes opposing, approved unanimously to adjourn the session.
all right, and the meeting ends, according to my computer, at 4:03 p.m. Thank you very much all for your time.
Hi, everyone.
SF Gov TV, San Francisco Government Television.